Hello, YouTube. I am the Skin Shifter, and this is Shogun 2 Total War. Alright, I fixed that a lot faster than I thought I might have. And I got my microphone to work properly. Yeah. Oh, wait. I didn't. I didn't do everything I was supposed to. You're not going to get to hear this game if I don't do this proper. Window. Yeah, do that. Turn it up now. I never seem to get a lot. Not much of a girlfriend. There it is, dudes. We're gonna go about right there. Shooby dooby doo doo doo. There we go. There we go. Shogun 2 Totes War, bros. We're gonna go new campaign. Yeah, I also don't like how tiny this font is. I also can't really see what the hell I'm doing. But this is the only resolution that will work with both. And we're not gonna play as the Chokusabe. Chokusabes for jerks. We're going to play as the Oda clan, bros. Now, I am not good at this game, so we're going to go right in the middle. Cannot see. We want long campaign. Jeez. Rachie, can you help me? Can you tell me what the fucking screen says? Does that say advisor help?
Advisor help none. Show CPU moves. Battle time limit 20, 40, 60. Search continuously for other players to drop in.
No. Not that, though.
Yep, you got it.
This is medium difficulty.
It's on hard right now.
It says hard.
Yep.
Well, why?
Legendary. Hard. Normal.
Heard. Thank you. Golly gee, why is that so small? Smaller resolutions with this, for whatever reason, bleed over into my other screen. They don't. It doesn't stay full screened for some reason. I do not understand. All right. We're going to go here. Get this started talking to you. I'm going to smoke a bowl and eat some french fries. I know you guys love when I eat on stream.
This is Sengoku Jidai, the age of the country at war. For 200 years, the Ashikaga shoguns have ruled from Kyoto. Great splendor and power were theirs. Now, the overmighty clans no longer obey.
Thank you.
The time has come
I have band-aids in the
for
back.
a
in case
new
this is crap.
warlord to become Shogun.
Alright.
Okay.
But who will be victorious? Other lands have always provided for our people. Our enemies are many and envious. They threaten our borders and look for any weakness. Others may covet titles, but Ashigaru, common spearmen, are the bedrock of Oda might. All know us, the commanders of 1,000 spears. It is an honor to lead such a men. Our generals are battle-scarred veterans of a righteous strength. Isha Mountain, the war god has awoken. Now is the time to defeat our enemies. All will bow to the Oda clan. We wait no longer.
I think that looks good.
Destiny calls.
You added a bunch of red.
We are the Oda. These are trying times for our clan. Not only are we at war on two
Oh, that
fronts,
looks awesome.
but we are caught in the grips of
That looks
civil
awesome.
strife.
You're supposed to read what it says
Fighting
up there.
threatening to tear up
If I'm supposed to be able to read that, I can't.
our first priority, therefore, is
We
to
are the
quell
Yeah, he's talking to me, sweetheart. He's in my ear.
and
Oh, he is?
unify under a single banner once more. When order has been restored,
You need a
we
loop.
can set about building up our strength and extending our influence into the neighboring provinces.
Better?
Long have we coveted Mikawa province to the east, and the recent vassalage of the local Tokugawa lord to the Imagawa has made this no less appealing. Mikawa is fertile and boasts fine war horses, vital to the production of superior cavalry. Mino is of lesser strategic importance, but the Saito should prove less bothersome to overcome, as whilst the daimyo is manipulative to say the least, his forces are far less capable than the combined might of the Imagawa and Tokugawa. While making war on the third front is ill-advised, neutral Ise province to the west is known for its strong religious tradition and provision of fine monks for service both on and off the battlefield. However, with power and influence will surely come the ire of Kyoto. And should the shogun feel threatened, he will rally his subjects against us. In that event, we must be prepared to fend off all who would attack us, no matter from where that threat emerges. If the shogun wishes to halt our expansion, let him come here and reckon with us himself.
Oh my god.
イカは大名にしてる。
I cannot see. Oh my god. This is going to be impossible if I can't see it. I don't know why they do this. Just click around randomly in resolutions until I get one I can see. What the hell? What the hell? Why? Why? Okay, I'm gonna have to take a second here. Alright, this is good enough. This might not be the people I want to play as, though. Nope. I don't think this is who I meant to play as. But it might be. This is an enemy army. This is my dude. He needs to be fought by me right now. Okay. Let's make our first ever quick save.
Don't forget that our units have a range of abilities that can be used to improve their performance in battle. When a unit is selected, buttons to activate their abilities will appear in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Always make effective use of these abilities. They could mean the difference between victory and defeat.
Mm-hmm. You want to remind me of which one is... How do I pause time? Probably P, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. 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 Huh. Oh my god. Menus. What the fuck? Control and T? That just seems like an especially stupid thing. Okay. It seems like a real bad. So what's this? Let me out of here. So Control T. Yep. So I have to scroll through it. That's real dumb. Okay. Here we go, boys and girls. Hey, 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 you guys. What the hell? They don't love that.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord!
How is my general in grave danger? That army shouldn't even exist anymore. Unit shouldn't even exist anymore.
Hidden units, my lord! Treacherously meant to ambush us!
Yeah, they weren't going to get that ambush to work. I need you to stop doing that. I need you to take a nap. Mm-hmm. 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 My general tried to get himself killed, but that worked. We got the win. Hopefully it's running okay with no frame rate issues. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, no, it's just broken. God damn. Why? This is mega dumb. I'm not going to be able to play this. It keeps snapping it to... My resolution size has become insane. My computer just does not know what resolution to be at. Oh my god, that's so small. Why? Why are the fonts so small? What is the point in these ridiculous resolutions if the fonts are so small you can't read them? All right. I think I got it. What do I do here? Just pick one. It's starting to upset me that I can't see. Need damn binoculars in order to read my television. That didn't make the problem worse, it just made it shorter. Or actually wider. This is big dumb. It's weird that this is a square. Not a square on this screen. What the hell? I'm giving up. This is dumb. Fuck you. There are other games that will let me read them. This is so stupid. Why are these windows so big and stupid? None of this makes any sense. Why won't this resize down? Oh my god. Dude, everything has gotten stupid. The internet, everything has gotten stupid. Nothing is optimized. Nothing works properly. Everything has gotten so stupid since 2012. Just stupid. It doesn't make any sense why Steam's window is that big and why I can't resize it. It's bigger than my fucking desktop! It doesn't need to be that big, Steam! Ever! It never needs to be that big. This is so dumb. Why do I have to use such a dumb-tarded big resolution? It is evidently too much to just want things to work. This is why we play console games. PC developers. Because when you turn a console on and it doesn't work, you send it back to the console developer, the console manufacturer, and it'll work when they send it back to you. If the software doesn't run on the console, you just get your money back. But this modern PC ecosystem, nothing works, nothing's optimized. But so you can call yourself PC Master Race like we used to when it mattered. You'll put up with this garbage. What the fuck? OBS. Switch over. That's not running anymore. Ugh. I don't remember what I wanted to name this character. All right, let's get our legs back under us. That's damn it. All right, I'm gonna smoke this bowl, and then we're gonna play some Final 7 Days to Die. Note that 7 Days to Die has given us a damn font size that we could read. Really? There we go. All right, give me a second. Okay. That's pointless to read. This looks totally different now. Hello? Can I? A? Yes. I am gonna be slow. Again. I don't remember. It's been a while. Doop, doop, doo, doo, doop, doop. Uh-oh. I have a friend and no weapon. Oh, I should have opened the challenges instead of doing all this. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna freaking die. I'm gonna friggin' die. Alright, we got a strong punch. And we got a light punch. 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 Ow. Punch. I'll let you get yours. Ow. Damn, really, bro? And you didn't drop a bag? Fuck you, dude. There's a new update, and I'm pretty much not going to be engaged in anything from it today. I just played this setup the way I used to. I didn't even go with one of their new... I kind of don't care about their new stuff. I'm really not impressed, genuinely, with the direction this game is going. I don't think... It's not... I genuinely don't think it's the developers. I don't think it's that... Uh-oh. I'm unimpressed with Fun Pimps. I think in general, I'm unimpressed with their fans, with the players, and most importantly, the people who are famous for playing this game. That's disorienting as shit. Where is it? I need a better setup for my mouse and keyboard. I'm going to give myself damn tendonitis. Alright, Sledge Daddy's on the job. Oh, it could tell me. Oof. I know where I am because I kind of remember Navis Gain, but that's not going to hurt me, but it should. Let's see. There were rocks. There's one. I can also... Ooh, I don't like that I can do both, game. Okay. Stone axe harvesting. Heard that. May as well finish. May as well finish. Alright, I know I'm muttering. I know. You'll be alright. Here we go. Alright, I have a plan. And that plan might be to do what I always do. It might just be to do this map the way I have always done this map. Yeah, redeem and also redeem, and then you could just automatically go to the next one, you son of a bitch. Craft what? Protection. Craft primitive shit. Yep, Demented Monkey. This is where I... Yep. Oh. Where? Wooden club. It's just going to take me some time. It has been about a year. I went real hard on this so that this wouldn't take quite so long once I got back at it. Alright. Equip. Don't equip it over the... You don't need to do that. Okay. That's highly annoying. Just gotta remember the peculiarities of this damn system. Okay, craft some stone arrows. Hold the radial. Select the challenges. Redeem, 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 redeem. Oh yeah, crafting, redeem. What else? White River. Good job. You have proven capable. Mark your map with night. Hi. Where did that come from? Okay. How did Noah know that the moment it happened? Huh. Okay. Oh yeah. We are running at a buttery smooth 2%. I could be recording this in addition. So, if I can get some interest in a more short form show, I could do it now. Just have to get my discipline back, get all the way into performative mode, just stay there. I've been doing a lot of just chilling. Alright, let's go talk to Joel. I'm on my way, you old son of a bitch. Here we go. No more adjustments need to be made. I think I might be comfortable. Let's do it. Doosh.
If you will, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero.
Yep, you got any special
Wants to be paid.
I do want to be paid.
Want a job from me? It's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
Heard. You don't pay for shit,
Watch yourself,
Joel.
stranger. I know some fellers that break legs for coin.
I know that you're an asshole. How do you feel about that? Let's go. 4, 2. Now, I could loot your shit, Joel. Oh, I could sell stuff to somebody if they wanted to come in here and buy it from me. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum, ba-dum. Ooh, that's a book. Take all of that, opening this. I remember how to do this, moving stuff around in my lap. This is not really the game to be doing that in. Da-da, but Daddy needs water. This is Sledge Daddy Build 3.0. I don't know how it's going to play now. They've nerfed the hell. Well, they've... What the hell? Okay, see, this system is going to piss me off. They've put a random chance for this stuff. Why has this got attack damage on it? It better sell. It's got no sell price even. So, like, if I scrap it, do I get any? No. You don't get anything special for scrapping it. Unless it's just 3 rocks. That's an annoying system. That's annoying. But it's not better in any way. Block damage, 38. Yeah, it's just got melee damage out of nowhere. What? Yeah, it loses. This has 9. And so this has just like, but it costs more. Dum. Ugh. I'm gonna do it. Try it. Come on. What the hell? Okay, so it's drag and click. That's suboptimal, guys. Da-da. I'll get used to it. Alright, repair. Here we go. So, I've got the world's first beaten shovel. Is it better than my club? Significantly. No, it's like 12 point. It's just a little bit better. This can attack faster. Huh. Whatever. We got the world's only beaten shovel. Beat you in the head with a shovel. It makes sense. I'm going to actually make it make sense. Hello. Yes. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. I'm going to use that. I'm going to leave all that there. It'll still be there when I want it. I don't need to be carrying all this around with me. I got jobs to job, baby. All right. Where are we jobbing at? I don't love that note. What was that about? Why'd the music change? Well, I mean, I guess I know why the music changed, but why to this? Jesus. What do you... What's so... so sinister? How's a guy supposed to just listen to an audiobook and walk to noise like this? May as well make some errors. That's what I meant to do. Here we go. Hey. Introduce yourself by name. Not just yelling at it. Hello, friend. I'd like to shoot you in your testicles, but it would take more in the end. Oh, I missed. Okay. This is finicky. I'm gonna go beat you in the head with my shovel. Stand still. Nasty. Ugh. No. Oh, I don't get an arrow back for that? You jerk. Alright, well, you took 2 of my arrows. I hope. Took more than that. Took 3 of my arrows. Hope you're happy. Hope you're feeling good about yourself. I'm not. Feeling good about you. Alright. Oh! It's almost like the game knows. Oops. Yeah? Is that how you feel? You getting excited? What the hell? Oh, so the arrows have velocity now. That's good news. What the f... He's thinking the same thing I am. Somebody nearby is a terrible shot. Couldn't agree more, brother man. Oh. How did that miss? How are these missing? There we go. Anyway, Sledge Daddy has better things to do. Oh, wrong button there. Hey, hey! Alright. Ha ha ha! Calm down. You know what? This would probably be more effective than a spear, actually. I hit you a couple of times. It worked. Eventually. I think I saw a chicken. I hear a chicken. There is a crit on you. Damn it. How? I could have killed you with the shovel faster. You're lucky I'm busy, chicken. I will want you later. Oh, you know what? I probably have levels I could spend. Probably have levels I should spend. Let's hit the button for the levels. That's not the right button. Yeah, but take that. Let's see if I remember which one is the button for the levels. Not that one. Not that one either. Is it that? Nope. Is it that? Nope. How about this? Nope. Tonight is a night for tonight. Hey, hey! Alright, check this out. One of these, if I remember right, well, this is a diggy boy, right? Digging when you're digging with the digging up stuff, and that'd be great. I think that you're pretty tough. Let's get it down. Alright. Skull Crusher boy. One of these. One of these. Harvest 25% more. You've come a dooba-doobs. One of these does a thing that I want, unless I don't know most. That'd be fine if it didn't, but I'd like it if it did. Is it this one? I know I'm muttering. You're going to be all right. Talking to myself. All right. Passion for tinkering is make a dooba goo goo, and then you big egg and goo, baby. I think actually that it's this. Haha, mining tools like pickaxes and shovels do more damage to zombies when used in combat. This requires level 8 in strength. The kitchen just peed the carpet. That was not what I expected to hear. What is this? Attribute percent. I know. But what else do I have to spend in here? I guess just pack. Okay, yeah. We have reasons to buy strength. We need to get to level 8. Oh, my bad. What's this do? Deal more damage and have a greater shotgun such slam damage. And tools governed by Miner 69er. What's in Miner 69er? Tools. Pick, shovel, chainsaw, auger. Ha, ha, ha. Increase tool damage by 10% block damage. Fuck yeah. Alright, our next level. Yeah, okay. Talking's hard. Anyway, next level, Miner 69er. They probably want to change that. Soundtrack all of a sudden is telling me that something's going wrong. I wonder if I would prefer that there weren't one. Put on my own tunes. Look at this dirt, looks great. Sandwich, that I want that jar. Now we need to get the hell out. Like that. Okay, good job. Where you at, homie? I hear ya. It's been a long time, Thick. Missed you, pal. Sorry about this. Oh. Hey. Calm your tits. Anyway. Are you done? Seems so. Well, it seems like a waste to be here and not... Whoa! Who? Alright. Hey. Door's right there, homeboy. Oh, that hurt. You. Ha ha! Sucks to be you, buddy. Oh, no. So calm down. There's enough for me to go around, buddy. Redeemed. Anyway, craft a land block. I can do that real quick. Shoom. That's how I knew I could do that. Actually, you know what? I can go ahead and do one of these. And one of these. And, yep. You know what I should do? I should also have gloves and hood and shoes. Seems wise. Don't have to be in... Whoa. I don't remember how to zoom out. Hold land claim block. Alright, now you're just being bossy to be bossy. That's not what I meant to do, but it worked. That one? Nope. This one. Holding. Placing. Oh, I don't want to do that yet, dudes. I'm busy. Here we go. Come over here. Hello, my friend. Hello, my pal. What up, this kind of shack? I bet you were a greenhouse. Do you have zombies? Ooh. Seeds. That's fun. I don't want any of that. I will, however, make a knife out of that bone here in a minute. And I would have wanted that. Oh. That's gotta go to the house. So I will put it down. Hey, whoa. Who wants some? You do. Hello, buddy. Guess what? Oh, that hurt. You. Uh-oh. Nope, I'm stuck. Hey. I knew it. Oh! That would hurt so bad. I guess now that it's worked out for me, ha! Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't mind the chance for them to have random stuff. I wish it. And actual RPGs, they have a higher. Hey, I'm talking. They have a higher sell value. Boom. But Joel not Joel not having good deals is something we've just known for a while. Oh, that was nasty, brew. Cover up. Anyway, 3. 420 somewhere. This isn't a bad deal for me. This niter is very good for me, so we're going to be taking that. This might even be a challenge. I love it. I'm harvesting these pallets of like home improvement, home decor, granite. I see you over there. Oh, hell yeah, we leveled from that. Now, do I remember how I did that? Was it this? Still not that. Yep, it was this. Increase tool damage and block damage. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Strength level 6. Well, we got some work to do here. But we do 20% chance to Yep, we do greater headshot damage and a 20% greater chance to dismember with shotguns, clubs, sledgehammers, and tools governed by minor 69er, which include axe, shovel, chainsaw, auger. Yes. Yes. Thirsty. Fixable. What the hell? I got my jar back from that. I can't imagine why the jar would have been ruined. The purple stuff is niter. And niter is what we need. We're gonna take this stuff and we're gonna sell it to Dave. I don't know who Dave is. Shit. Who wants? Who? Aha. There's Dave. Hey, Dave. Oh. You don't really look like a Dave. You look more like an Eric. Oh. Oh. She looks like a Sally. Or maybe a Karina. Come here, Dave. Buy him! That sucks for you, bro. Oh, that sucks for you, honey. Alright. I hurt. Oh, you know what I've done? I made a mistake. Okay, she's done. I've made a mistake. But I can mitigate that mistake by being a genius. I'm hungry, am I? Where's you at? Y'all not being very neighborly. You're being extremely loud. You know, y'all ends... Sorry, y'all... There you are. Y'all right to exist end where my right to survive begins. Oh, that's nasty. Hello! Ow! You got that one, and I'll give it to you. But this one, I'm taking for myself. Alright, we like stopping power on this. Channel. Yes, we do. We like stopping power. How about you? Hungry? I just ate. You'll be alright, brother. Alright, here we go. I'm stinky. Alright, Pungent. Uh-oh. Alright, Pungent boy. Oh boy. I'm in for an interesting first night. Five Duke tokens I wouldn't have found. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put you on the hot bar, and we're gonna come over here. That's 8. 8. Perfect. Zoop-a-doop-a-doodly bands. Alright. And we're gonna wait it out. 8 o'clock's probably too early. It's probably not even dark yet. Yeah, it's not even dark yet. We got a little bit. Man, that sounds like a lot. Because it is. That's 3 of them. Oh, it's a lot more than 3. How did that happen? Plan can work. I know it can work. I just really need those doors to not be locked. Well, this is exciting. See if I can convincingly disappear from them in stealth. They can see me better now than they could when I was right in front of them. Okay. So it's probably dark outside now, right? Nope. Oh, it never really gets dark, does it? There we go. Polymers and plastics, huh? XP is the most important thing. Hungry, huh? Working on it. Nope. And now we cry. Let's leave it this way. I am legitimately freaked out. Is it in the store with me? that how you feel? Seems to be just the one, friend. Don't do that. Well, that killed him Ooh, I hate this. Here we go. 8 at a time. 11 more. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Knowles Whale. Hell of a racket. off a stink. All's well. We did it. Let's go back to the guy. Joel, you prick. can of salmon. Wrecked. That's his name. Trader Wrecked.
Good morning, my ass. Well, you proved me wrong.
I
Now
did.
take your reward and get the hell out of here.
I'd do it again too if you gave me the opportunity. Don't think I wouldn't. You got any other jobs? Oh, you got a fetch quest, have you?
I don't like you.
I don't like
But
you either.
maybe
buddy.
I'll get moving, jackass. This don't pay by the hour.
I hear you, but I got other things to do and be bossed around by you. Shotgun for me. That goes there. And pumpy pumps. Pipe shotgun. Open. And yes. Now. Hey, buddy. I see you over here. Boom, I missed. Fine missed. That's what you have been reduced to, sir. See you around. Maybe we can find a couple of honey over here. Did not find a sweet honey. That did not happen. No, we cannot find any honey. What the hell? Good morning. What is it? Whew. What we got here? Art of mining. After you know how to move and roll, you're gonna take 50% of collapsing mines. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Good morning. How is? Good. I'm getting my legs back under me. Oh boy. Oh boy. I drank a bunch of moonshine. I found it. I thought it would be a good idea. I hear that. I don't know where I hear it. Is it outside? It's 8 a.m. I got time. Oh. Uh-huh. There, it's starting to... Where are you at? I hear it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's a... That's a die. I'm gonna die in here. Yep, I'm gonna die. After all that, just to die in a closet. Now where's the big one? The big one despawn? Okay, this is always home, but this is home. What? This is where I always settle. I'm convinced it's here for people like me. Is everything okay? You wanna play some Elliot or something? I didn't suggest it because I don't want.
I would love to.
Okay. Well, all we gotta do is get Elliot on the TV. fonts were too small. I couldn't see anything.
PC players, like,
They sit right up on it.
is that normal?
It's not good for you. So I said it feels weird to be this far away from it. Maybe. That's not really the point.
No, it's not. I'm not tall. Looks like the video earlier, Potato, when you were reading it,
Yeah?
it got demonetized.
Yeah, Potato's music always gets me demonetized.
Oh, it's because of Potato? I thought it was because of the way you were reading.
Mm-mm. Alright, let me come in here and get out of here. This isn't how we get out of here. You think? What do you mean? I'm getting my dexterity back.
Actually, can you take it a little while longer? I think I'm gonna need
Okay.
I'm having cream or coffee. So I'm gonna have to run to 7-Eleven.
Well, I need to rearrange anyway. So let's take a fiver. It's just you, unless that's Mr. S in the stream or somebody else. Thank you for being here. Do appreciate the love. Oh my god. Alright, we reconvene in 5.
So cold. You okay? Your back hurts? Would you like anything from 7-Eleven? Be back in a few minutes.
Alright, I have returned. Thank you guys for your patience. We're gonna find a way to make these dreams a reality. Where there's a will, there's a way. Okay. We really I need food, man. Food and water. More than I need a safe spot at night. I wish when I hit delete, it auto-walked. Walk my ass forward, please. Oh, look at the wind. Look at the grass blowing the wind. That was beautiful. Ooh. Who? Where? Why? Why are you running? That sounded an awful lot like a chicken. Oh boy. My favorite POI to die over and over and over again. Alright, here we go. Hello, nursing nurse. Ooh, yes. Oh boy. Goodbye. That was sweet. Alright, we're here for supplies. Gross. That squished when I stepped on it. Hey. sound like you need a Snickers bar. Not yourself if you're hungry. Scrapping for fun and profit. Niter, this computer wants to come home with me as scrap. Already tell. Boom. That felt right. Hey now! I'm dehydrated. Lady? Lady. It's not a good day for me. I'm dehydrated. I'm thirsty. Grumpy. I don't even remember the last time I got it. Hey. Take that. Now that should say 2. It does. It should not be a 50% chance, though. It should be a 100% chance. What am I doing? Having a fucking Jewish wedding? Whoa! Trying to help you here. There you go. Oh, right in the head, too. Oh, in the face. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Not your day. Sorry, sweetie. Yeah, maybe all of our days. Hey! You know what? That seemed like a good idea at the time. Turns out, it was a bad idea. I want to get a kill with this. How do you feel about that? Damn it! Well, that was stubborn and foolish. Now I'm sick. I'm infected and I got a sprained arm. Choices I made. Okay. I hear you. You just calm your titties. Oh. Ugh, you look like an ex I had once. Sure could ride dick there. Hey, BAM! I have made bad choices. Let me out of here. Out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Why am I trading blows with you? Get out of the way. I went too far. Shit. Why am I playing? Why am I doing this? Oh. Yeah. Really? Hello, Big Mama. Just a moment of your time, if you don't mind. Oof. Oof. Ow. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Shit. Oh, the thing I need is down there. It's never been down there before. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh, no. Ah, I missed. Difficulty setting's not even right. Okay. You know what? If you can bring me back uninjured, I'm fine with that. Stop running, bro. Calm your old tits. Damn it. It was right there, too. All I had to do was pick it up off the ground, and it was right there. All I had to do was open this. Ugh. It's never been there before. Why'd they do that? It's always in here. Whatever. Make things easier. That's how you get people to play your game. And then they go, alright, well, now that we've got good at it because we played it past the first challenge, we want more challenge. Develop a good script. There is no more challenge. We spent all our time making it so you could get past the easiest shit in the game. Now there's just nothing else to do. Hey, Big Mama. Ow. Where's my stamina? Oh my God. She is evidently unstunnable. The unstunnable Big Mama. Oh, the unstunnable Big Mama's gonna kill me. Oh my God. I wasn't getting out of here alive anyway. Bitch. Pills? I will take your bit and all of that. Ooh, bow with a neat. Hopefully I can sell that because I don't want it. I'm not gonna use it. Backpack. Alright. Anyway, the satchel's supposed to be over here. Did you hear that, Rachie? Somebody's smashing glasses on the ground. Mazel tov, motherfucker. Oh, wait a minute. I would have wanted to refill that. Shit. Thought I was at a wedding. Wreck, don't even start with me with your shit when I get back either. I don't want to hear it. No, that's just a small stone. I got all excited. It really is a shame that I can't just hit delete on the keyboard and let this run me in the direction I'm pointing. Good game developers would know that. People who played a video game before they decided to make one would know that. Oh, it's you. Hello. It's like that seemed like a loud noise and the cat got agitated. Bing, 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 bong. Daddy, your gamble. Smash glasses on the floor. They're like, we ain't gonna need this no more. We ain't gonna be having fun. The hell with these wine glasses. I don't know. That's what I know, Rachel. And then I know that you get thrown around on chairs. Yeah. It's like the original teacup ride at Disney's Wonderland, except it's people on chairs.
Yeah, and no seatbelts.
No seatbelts, and alcohol is involved.
And alcohol, you never know what's gonna happen.
I know what's gonna happen. I will be dropped. I am afraid of heights.
6 feet is not high.
It's high to me.
You're not a place to walk around.
I am. Why do you think I'm so aware of where the ground is and I fall so rarely? She says, you seem to have agitated the mind.
Agitated you. Change the perspective of you now.
In my mind, she calls me the male.
The male. She's right under your feet.
I see her.
Okay. You giving Ed a sniffy?
Yeah. Alright, this I need double door, baby.
Got into a little fight with a lady at 7-Eleven.
Yeah?
Yeah. She came in and she was like, hey, I'm from New York. And, I'm looking for some good coffee. I'm like, well, we don't have Tim Hortons around. Oh, Tim Hortons is garbage. You guys have Tim Hortons in Ohio? Tim Hortons is garbage. I want Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I'm like, this isn't so bad. She's like,
Boston.
She kept doing that. Maybe she's up a little too early.
Maybe it sounds like. Sounds like that's what she said. Okay, this is not gonna go well for me. Fran Drescher all of a sudden. Yep. That's gonna go about as well as it looks like it will, but
Yeah,
if I can do it, if I can do it, they can.
Do you think up on the billiard balls?
No. That'd be cool. Those billiard balls?
You can pick up billiard balls on 7th.
Ooh. Just because they're similar doesn't mean that they're the same. This game lets me dig. This game wishes. In many ways.
That's working tonight?
No. Is that 10? No. It's just after 4, right? Okay. I'm gonna get one. No, he's not working tonight. I suspect that my dude is playing his games and enjoying his time off. Watching his shows, hanging with his family. He had big plans for 4th of July.
So you guys are not playing this one? You don't think?
I don't know. I'm just making myself available to him. He's, 20. No. No. Fuck. I did not mean to do that. Shit. My stamina's not good. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do for a base yet. But I have some ideas. Does this still take forever? Yes. Still takes forever. It's dumb to me that you can't make a workbench on day one. It's dumb to me that you can't make a workbench on day one.
Yeah, that's silly.
That should be your first goal. Said I gotta look around for 10 magazines and random drops. That's such an inefficient way to do a leveling system. A skill tree. Minecraft does it the best. Let me just learn how to make stuff by making it. Yeah? Your 7-Eleven coffee's not good?
I have a very, very fancy machine. Fancy. It's not brewed like that. It's all like AI automated, smart, shiny.
Tastes like shit. Funny how that works. You strip the artisanry you strip the craft and the artisanry from the trade, and lo and behold, it's just not as good anymore.
You know what? You know what it is? For example, something
So,
it's a little wrapper, but inside is thick.
yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been making a stand against it on the webs for a minute now.
I don't mind that.
That's right. Facts. This is gonna end up not even, but it's after 10 o'clock, so the zombies are super aggressive. So I need to be careful, because there's one's gonna pop up behind me and kill me. That's how it goes. necessarily mean that one's nearby, but it probably does.
Want to hear some fucked up shit?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Aviator, a couple, married couple, and they did Fallout. Super cool videos, very informative, always, on top of everything. And they had like 30,000 subscribers, which is not that much, but it's not bad.
It's more than I got.
And I remember like I first started watching them. I want to say maybe like last June. Around last June I started watching them, and I went to them for like a lot of my information.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden they disappeared. Like they stopped putting on out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally forgot about them. I was like a little busy. Forgot about them, but today I was they were asking for money. And we're not getting enough support, pretty much. So I looked in their community tab and there was a post. I mean, the disrespect to this crowd, because they didn't have a bunch of members, paying members. They had a Discord. There were tons of super chats when they were live and stuff like that. But it pretty much said, y'all did this to yourself. We're not gonna put out any videos. If you're looking for some type of big goodbye, well, this is it. There's no goodbye video. We really got tired of doing shit for free and not being appreciated, and it was just not paying the bills. So we had to stop doing Fallout content, and we're not gonna put out any more videos.
Yep. This is a thing that like the between 2018 and now, the last decade, give or take, a bunch of people have thought that because rich and already famous people, already jobbing low-level, oftentimes entertainment people, were able to transition into entertainment because they had the connections and they had the money. They thought that this grassroots thing, like what I'm doing, was free and affordable, and that it was just an instant way to make money. Easy. It's not. And yeah, treating it with that mentality is why they didn't make money. They felt entitled to the money. Fuck. I just left that thing in here on purpose. It's gonna kill me. I don't know. It's a fallen. It's gonna kill me. Oh, Reaper. That's great. Killed it though. It's gonna kill me. But I killed it. Stop that. Yeah. Yeah, it's great for you. How'd you get in? I did say that was going to happen.
It just kind of fucked up because I think like some of the last videos that I put up on live, they had like 7,000 viewers. 7,000 viewers, all chatting, super chats. Like they had just gotten a new PS5, so it's not like they weren't.
They made bad decisions. They overextended themselves financially. That seems obvious to me. They were doing things like thinking that money was coming that wasn't, so they were buying drugs and extending themselves in ways that they couldn't actually afford. How did it get in the house?
They had like a little P and by the way, P.S. We're pivoting from Fallout to another game, but we're not gonna tell you the name of the channel because we don't want the same community to follow us over there. Like, wait your shit on your fucking.
Starting over because they've
That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
They have to pivot they had to rebrand to a different style of thing because they're not real. They're just not real people. Everything that they were selling, it was all a lie the whole time.
That's fine. You know, if you make a business decision like that, I understand. I can respect it. But at the very least, like, if you're not gonna put out like a video explaining, then have a little bit more respect for the people that did pay you
A lot of money.
a lot of money. Like, we got this brand new dog. It was pretty bad. It was like $1,500 last summer. We got a PS5 last summer. And then he was a PC gamer. She was a PS5. So they got a PS5 for him, and she got a new PC. That's the last that I heard. I'm like, oh, thank you guys so much for the support.
Yep, and then once they had everything that they needed in order to do
Pivot?
something else, to pivot to something else, they did.
They just ditched everybody.
Ditch their community right in the lurch.
Yep. It's crazy.
I've thought about doing that. On some level, that's probably what the Skin Shifter rebrand was. I just left it on the same channel. And I didn't tell all the people who had given me money to fuck off. I just started... See, for me, it was about making the content that I want to make. Making the material that I want to make, the show that I want to make, the story that I want to tell. And my financial backers want that. My financial backers were turned off and pushed away, and my channel's growth was limited and hampered by the people that I had coming around. Not super chatting, not liking, not watching the show, not giving a damn. And so they're lucky. And they are disrespecting the people that came around. They're disrespecting YouTube. They're disrespecting their advertisers.
Yeah. Did you go from like a few followers to like your 25 almost overnight? How long did that take you?
It took months. The whole 2 years I was in homelessness, I started at 23. You were there for when I got my first 1,000 and the next 1,000, how long that took. It took the whole summer and into the winter. You were there for it. It took a whole year. And I haven't seen any growth in the last calendar year. What? Is it random? No, it's the people with the gimmick. It's the people who can pretend to be just regular people, but they have the greed and the drive necessary to maintain the lie. They're not sharing anything authentic with them about themselves. That's why they're willing to share so much. And yeah, they probably actually had to buy that PS5 and computer on credit. They probably weren't actually solvent, even with all the money they were making, and that's why they had to bail. That costs time.
How do you just kinda, you know what I mean? I don't know.
You never enjoyed doing it to begin with.
Yeah.
You pretended to like people that you didn't. You were fake the whole time.
Yeah.
I did level from doing this. So it did have the... What the hell? Is my keyboard not working all of a sudden? The batteries just die?
Oh, I have tons of batteries. You wanna to switch them?
Yeah, the batteries in the keyboard just died.
Is it A or the
I don't... I don't know, baby. This is your keyboard. I don't even know where the batteries are in it.
Or is it a plug-in?
Oh, it looks like it's a USB.
That's even better, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Except it's not taking juice. Now it's taking juice. Okay. Didn't know. Now I do.
Now you know. The more you know.
The more you know. Knowing is half the battle. Shikadang. Alright, it's 2:30. Suffered a deep laceration and now I bleed out. How's that fair? It's night 3. It's night 2. How is this fair? Like, this is dumb. It shouldn't be this dangerous. They shouldn't be looking for me like this. On night 2? This is dumb. Oh, look at that. I survived with 5 HP. I have no way to survive, and taking losses just to stunt your growth, or just so you have to do a corpse run, isn't fun. Like, the best, certainly, old MMORPGs that could be brutal like this, like EverQuest, it didn't just pass out deaths for no reason. You had to be bad at the game in order to be dying. And so that toe-to-toe, they have more health and they're more powerful than you, always? That's just not real. You hit a guy in the head with a fucking shovel, and he's dead. I don't care whether it's made of stone or steel. I wind this up and I swing it around and hit you in the head with it, you're dead. Now, I know I could just make the sledge. Go get the plant fibers. But if they're gonna add this stupid RNG system where my shovel has extra attack power for some reason, what's the point in making my own weapons? What's the point in giving me the ability if I can find stuff in the world that's better? What even is the point? This game has a lot of what even is the point mechanics. It has a lot of what's even the point in engaging with that stuff going on. A lot. a lot more than it needs to, for sure. And the reason is the same as those people who left the Fallout 76 community. They were never wanted to be there for the Fallout 76 community. They wanted church money.
It's just really, I don't know about him, but I know that she really loved the game. You could tell that she loved the game because most of her videos were about like special places to go and build, good locations, tricks and tips on how to make a cool house, how to merge things before we were able to automatically merge stuff and fuse stuff together. And that takes a lot of time. Like, I'm not a builder. Simi and Mag, they're builders. They'll spend 3-4 hours.
Well, they're probably playing a game you can build in now.
Maybe, yeah.
They're probably playing this, or they probably, what it was is, I think that Fallout 76, maybe it was this, maybe 7 Days to Die. Oh my God, why are there leapers this early in the game? We're gonna make the first 10 days super hard so it's not fun. It's not fun. It pushes me away. I go, eh. No, they didn't balance this for a single player experience. No, they didn't really want to. But probably they've decided that with Microsoft being the way it is, that the future is in something on the PC. Something. Because if she's got a PC now and they bounced, it was probably all bullshit. Or they got overwhelmed by the workflow. Or she just realized that she preferred PC games and they came to play 76 or Conan or something with a little bit more freedom. They're going to have to start at the beginning, though. It's a weird choice.
Yeah.
I'd love to have chatters and people attend. I'd love that.
Some live streams it gets pretty.
I know. I know. Yeah, I'm not. I want it to be moving so much that you guys. I've been saying this the whole time.
Morning.
Even when I was sitting
Well,
there.
I guess I'm
on
gonna
the
have to pay you now
patio at
that
Panera.
you
I
did
don't
it.
want to talk to you fucking people. I want you to talk to one another like it's supposed to go.
Well, I got just the job. You better not fuck this up, or I'll
You know I'm
cut your
going to,
goddamn
right?
throat.
Yeah, like this, like they have this randomly better bow for whatever reason. No sell price. What's the point?
Just get the fuck
Fuck
out of
out,
here.
Wrecked. Fuck off. God, I kind of hate this game. I don't know why I quit playing it now. It's got so much dumb bullshit that doesn't make any sense. The randomly better loot rather than randomly better stuff that you make is a capitulation to they heard somebody suggest it, right? Somebody suggested it in a forum, probably some fan or some group of fans, and it got a bunch of traction and movement. I have 8 health. I can't do a quest right now. I have to go die. This is stupid. Yeah, that's Diablo. That's Path of Exile. There's no, but it's drops. It's when I open chests. When I make stuff, it's not better. So I can work all this way to get these magazines. I can work so hard to get these magazines to finally be able to make a thing, and then the next chest I open might have a randomly better one in a way that I actually want it to be randomly better. It's stupid. Thoughtless. It's just people going, well, why? Shit, what's the point going out? This is going to actually kill me. What's the point going out to your POIs and scavenging the way that Eric played the game, ignoring the quest and just going out and scavenging the POIs all day and all night, not even making a base, just having places to drop off your... I can't go out. I'm gonna die. This is dumb. They deliberately don't give you food, and they make food too expensive and too rare for the first 10 days or so. For what reason? None that I can see. That's not what it would be like. If food is so scarce, how does Rect exist? And if it's so expensive to buy from him, who else is buying from him? I'm the only person in the world as far as I can tell. That close. None of it makes any sense. Go out to the POIs, you know, search stuff, find stuff. You have a random chance to find an extra better shovel. What? It's like PlayStation saying they don't want to be in the living room. They don't want to be associated with the living room. And it's like, am I the only person who hooks their desktop up to the living room TV? Am I? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where do they want to be associated with? The bathroom?
Basements?
Basements? The bedroom? The bedroom? Where do they want the PlayStation 6 to be? Where do they want me to play it? If not in my living room on the TV like I've been doing since 1982. What are they thinking? It's as stupid as they're so out of touch, Rachel. Everyone is so out of touch with reality. It's not just the corpo goons. Everyone is so out of touch with reality. Like, what I'm trying to say is the food and water, always being hungry and dehydrated, constantly dying of starvation. Where's the roleplay in that? How am I coming back to life? And if I play an Iron Man, where's the fun in dying on night 1? All of the new challenge modes that they add, all they really do is make the zombies more powerful and loot more rare. What? Who is this for? It's for people who only play this. But they have friends to play it with. This is not balanced for single player, and they're making no effort. They want me to go in and do matchmaking. No! Matchmaking has ruined every game that has leaned into it. It is a... How do I want to say this? It's a boring, effortless answer. Boss says, how can we make our game better? And somebody says, multiplayer matchmaking. Just let them emergently make friends. That's why people stop playing World of Warcraft. It kills communities around these games. You don't have to know one another. They take it for granted. What the hell? They take it for granted that we like one another because we're playing the same game. We don't like one another because we're human and we don't know one another. I think it was 7 Days to Die just did this huge... Why am I in the winter? This is what I'm talking about. Why am I in a storm in the winter when I spawn in? This is not fun. You're random, we're going to make everything suck all the time. I'm playing on the base game. The only thing I've done is made it so that if I die, I come back with any injuries. With one injury I had. This isn't fun. That guy coming out of nowhere because it's raining? What? I'm digging. Yeah, where did he go? I'm digging. What noise am I making? It shouldn't be able to smell me. I haven't eaten recently. So we're just going to make the quests impossible. For what reason? Yeah, I'm just bitching and whining now. But for what reason? For what reason is it this fun? This isn't fun. Running back to Rect for him to talk to me like I'm I'm a garbage person? It's not fun. It should start at fun. Man, you can dig a hole faster than that. With a real shovel, even this piece of shit, you can dig a hole faster than what they let you in this game. It's like, I get it. I get it. But also I don't get it. I don't get what I get what they're thinking, but I don't get their implementation. Why is it cold? How does that make sense? It's just raining. This is in Navasgain, Arizona. That's what I'm saying. Because it's raining, it dropped 15 degrees? In what universe? Yeah, it's just punishing me for being in the game. Every choice I make right now is the wrong choice. For playing by myself, and because the first thing that I did wasn't stack up Sledgehammer. Because the first thing I did wasn't to build a Sledgehammer and throw all my points in it so I can just one-shot this stuff and not think about it, which is what I was going to do, and then I got this magic shovel. It's upsetting that every game I play it for like 2 or 3 hours, and I'm just like, this is kind of actually garbage.
Good morning, my ass. Buy something.
Fuck
then
off,
it might
Rect.
be a good morning. Well, come to think of it, I did. Get moving, jackass. This don't pay by the hour. All right, now that we're done doing business, get out of my store.
I have, like, it's insane. I have 220, look, check this out. I have 221 tokens. If I want to buy food from him. First of all, he doesn't even have any cooked food. So he's just not willing to sell it to me. If I want to buy a can of cat food, it's 120. That isn't going to fill up my meter. It's 10. I'm 45 of 104. It's going to give me 10 for 120. All of that, 3 days of work, for 220 credits. I can't even buy a can of cat food.
If you don't like
What
food,
is this economy?
You can always go dumpster diving.
He doesn't even give you enough money for completing his quest to get, and I haven't completed one of his quests because I'm dying because I'm starving. How does any of it make sense, fun pimps? It was balanced fine before the update last year where you were like, no, actually you need jars. It was fine. It was too easy, and there was nothing to do at the end game. So what did they do? Made it unfun to get past day 10. So you just keep starting over at day 20. That's not fun either. The tier 4 and tier 5 quests were a waste of time. And so they waited until just now to add 6 or 8 of them. And it's like, that wasn't the problem. It wasn't the POIs that we were going to on the quests. It was the rewards balance, you dumb shits. is all dead. The green corn is alive. I'm not standing there. I'm not standing there trying to find a bunch of corn that's going to feed me for like, I think it's 3 food. And it comes with a chance of dysentery. So just no. Why? So I can be sick? I'm not yelling at you. The best way to do this, the only way to do this that's smart, is actually clear the field, which is cheating. It takes so long. But otherwise it adds shit in here. Why is it dark in here? Like, why is it extra foggy in here because it's cold outside? When have I ever lost visibility in a house because it was cold outside? When was the first time that happened? I'm cold. Find clothing, take shelter. That doesn't make sense. And I'm losing visibility. And it's 60 degrees outside. But I'm 45 because I'm wet? How am I seeing my breath? None of it make sense to me, Funky. How did that not hit me? Please. They make you unable to defend yourself because we're too good at the game. So instead of making their game richer and deeper so that there's stuff to do with all that skill, they just expect us to turn up the difficulty and make them spongier and have fun. It's not fun. That's not a recipe for fun. That's not what EverQuest is doing with their heroics and their mythic tier raids. That's just not what they're doing. They're adding combat mechanics in addition. They're forcing us to get better at the game. Oh, why did that... And that my spikes don't net me experience when they get kills is insane. No, they didn't. Your traps do. The electric traps and the turrets do, but the spike traps don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. I have to make both of them. Robbing me 500 experience because I wanted to survive. It doesn't make sense. Yep. The trash on the ground is only... She's just gonna jump. Oh. There's another one up there, I think. I'm starting to get tired and bitchy. I hear it. I really do try to keep it in. I prefer to be of the mindset that video games are a miracle and that these things work at all is an act of modern technomancy. But I tell you what, they don't start at a place that makes sense. Not to me. Come on, you fuck. I don't want to do this. Shit, you have really long arms. Thank you for dropping shotgun shells. I can... how can I make a bellows? Why can I make a bellows before the workstation that I make it in? How does that make sense? That the first magazine I picked up didn't teach me how to make And why? Oh shit! Why can't I make a character that comes with knowledge? Why doesn't this have any actual roleplay mechanics? Why didn't this start at D&D where I roll a character and talk? Playing it long enough to max everything out isn't actually fun because there's nothing to do at the end of the game, guys. This is still an alpha release. Sure, we finished the game, but it's still just an alpha game. It's still got alpha content. They're still debugging and patching and trying to balance their original ideas. this is probably better than what I've got. 16 melee damage. It's less good. This level 4 pipe baton, level 4 pipe baton, less good than fucking shovel. Make it make sense to me, game. This is why RNG on your weapons always sucks. Spiff was right when he said that these games are a pointless waste of your time to actually care about the weapons and the items that you found. To actually get attached to the things that you make is a pointless waste of time. World of Warcraft ran into this. It's actually something that I'll spend a bunch of time. I would have spent a bunch of time talking about the last month if I'd stayed playing it like I was, but because I was playing it in the manner that I was, it didn't make sense to talk about. But like, especially because MOP is just in Classic, and I don't have Midnight yet, and so I'm not playing Midnight, and so I'm not comparing it to what I knew 10 years ago. I'm just talking about what I knew 10 years ago and reliving that game. But even the way they optimized trade skills in that game was for like a 1% or like a 10% bonus to your effectiveness, so that all of the classes could take basically all of the trade skills with no penalty. And then they made tailoring and engineering overpowered, because in previous expansions, those of us who used them complained about how they were low-key worthless. Why is my screen frozen? It's 44 degrees. I wouldn't even be uncomfortable if I were running around naked. 44 degrees is not that bad if you're running around metabolizing. It's not that bad. Yeah, my body temperature is 44 degrees because it's running. Or because it's raining? Is because I'm hungry? Yeah, it's just all dumb. It doesn't make sense. That's what I don't like, is that these games' rule sets, what I have always liked about EverQuest, is that, not EverQuest, what I always liked about Dungeons & Dragons and its rule sets, is it's trying to replicate reality with dice rolls and stats. Why is my vision frozen? They're trying to replicate reality. So the numbers are just there to replicate, they're just there to represent the real world. And then for other people, not so much for me, but other people like to play those games, and they like to break the rules so that they can do impossible things with stupidly high die rolls. Like, well, you wouldn't actually be able to do that. You just got a lucky roll. And so a lot of, like I was showing Rachie this, a lot of the Let's Play D&D is that. A lot of the folklore around D&D and like people sharing their D&D stories with you is going to be times where I rolled a natural 20 and I shouldn't have been able to do the thing that I asked the DM to let me to do, but because I rolled a natural 20, he had to let me. This antagonistic relationship between player and DM, where the player is trying to ruin the DM's story and the DM is trying to kill them as a result. That's not fun. That gameplay loop, not actually fun. Dungeon Master. Yeah, it's the guy who's doing the Dungeon Master role at the table. So the guy who's playing the narrator, who's telling you everything that you
I'll
see,
give you some more. You
and
better
then
not
who's
fuck this
arbitrating
up,
whether
or I'll cut your
success or
goddamn
failure
throat.
at what you wanted to attempt works. So like, I don't know if Fallout 76 use this, but if you have skill checks, like if you can do like a perception check to see whether somebody is lying or like a charisma check to try to lie to somebody, something like that. That's just pure D&D. That's all the game is, ultimately. So like, first edition D&D was like, what I want to do is I want to make an effort at swinging my sword and hitting that guy. And so it's like, okay, well, his armor is 15, so you swing, roll, given your bonuses to being good at that, and if you hit him, you hit him. And then you roll another dice to resolve the amount of damage that he takes, and depending on your skill, your stats, and your weapon, that's the amount of damage you can do. And so it doesn't make sense that there's a shovel out there. Yes, I'm very good with shovels as weapons, actually, but it doesn't make sense that there's a shovel out there whose base stats are better than a pipe baton, which is a weapon. This isn't a weapon. A pipe baton is also a steel pipe. Anyway, doesn't make any sense. Now, if I had taken the pipe baton skills, intelligence, it would probably reflect that it does more damage. But what I'm saying is that D&D is Dungeons and Dragons D20 rule sets. A good game's rule set, especially in a role play situation like this, is trying to replicate reality. This is a voxel game. So you can do anything that you can do in real world. You can build anywhere, you can dig anywhere, but evidently you can't climb over waist-high walls. You see what I'm saying? And so there's just the strength, dexterity, intelligence, all these schools that you level up in, those are taking the D&D formula. They're taking any role-playing game formula, and they're stripping it of any kind of real-world logical sense. What do you mean that I'm an idiot unless I spend a level point in my intelligence? How does that make sense? I should have a class who has a base stats. Maybe I have 100 points to spread out, and so I can have 18 strength and 12 dexterity and 13 constitution and maybe 10 intelligence and 8 charisma, but I've got another 16 in wisdom. So like, that's how it should begin. And this whole notion that game developers have that players of games can't understand that, and so having to sit down and actually make your character and actually put points in it, and then have to start over because you made a garbage character. I'm talking to you right now, Obsidian. The reason your games are bad are because everybody can finish it no matter how bad their character is. So the game has to be challenge less for people who didn't make their character or overcome any kind of challenge. Any kind of challenge. When you make a game to be an interactive story, any RPG elements that you have are a waste of the player's time to engage with. You may as well not. Outer Worlds? You may as well just not engage with that game. That costs 2 points. So I need 5 points. So it'll take a while. I don't understand why that hurt the body when I could see the health of the thing I was actually trying to hit. The spikes. Doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. The mechanics of the game, the engine, everything that's happening behind the game is supposed to just be the dice rolls that make the things, my choices that I'm making in the game, either make sense or fail, pass or fail. That's why I'm talking about checks. It should be a pass or fail state, and I shouldn't be able to miss that. My dude should be able to adjust for that. It's extremely janky. And we live in the modern world and modern gaming with way more jank than we should have to because of early access games. We go, oh, it's early access. and then we never ask it to get rid of the jank. Like, there's never any moment where like, okay, so we bought it. Please remove the jank. No, we just go, well, Bethesda never had to get rid of their jank. And it's like, Bethesda didn't have to get rid of their jank because they're PC games that you can mod the jank out of. If I'm modding the jank out of an early access game, fucking pay me.
Right. At the very least.
And I don't mean the community. I mean fucking the developers. If I'm fixing your fucking... That's how World of Warcraft does it. World of Warcraft, if you make a mod that everybody in the community uses, they just hire you. And then you put the mod, oh my god. You put the mod in the game for them. I fucked up. I fucked up so bad. I'm so dead again. What is this? These are tier 1 quests. What is this? I hate this. I'm so mad. Why the fuck is there a biker and a tier 1 quest? I know he was always there. I'm still mad about it. God damn it. Fuck this. I'm about to turn this off. Why is she running in the middle of the day on the basic settings? What the hell? I can't restore my stamina, and I forgot to make another spikes. That's on me. I should have just made the sledgehammer. Stand still. God damn it, that would have knocked you down if it was sledgehammer. I don't understand why it doesn't count. Like, how the fuck was he just able to go through it like that? This is a super shovel. And why did you slow down? And I'm supposed to be really good with it. Oh my god. Yeah, just randomly. Why is he zigzagging? You know why he's zigzagging? Because we're good at shooting them. So it just randomly zigzags like that so we miss. It's annoying. That's a bad reason for him to be staggering and zigzagging around like that. Fuck! You're just gonna randomly start running again? Yeah, I don't want to die. My next hit, I die. Oh, shit. I would like to actually finish one of these quests. I would love to have a bicycle any time now. I see you coming over here, dude, over there. Just shoot me like this. I know. They have an insane amount of health. Why is that in a tier 1 mission? Where is the actual balance? Where's the actual gameplay balance? The answer is there is none. The difference in the tier 1 and the tier 5 can be negligible. Obviously, shovels are not weapons. But this is my best weapon. This is what the game has given me. It makes no sense. You're gonna make it a looter shooter, make it a looter shooter, oh boy. If you want this to be Borderlands, make it Borderlands. Strap guns to their fucking hands and give me a wider variety of enemy types. And put a story in your game. No story in this garbage. The POIs don't even mean anything. I did win that quest. We're done. Why is the music the same whether I'm in combat or not? Because this guy is within a 100-yard radius of me. Oh, it turned off when I got back in okay. There's so much about this that's amateur and just doesn't make any fucking sense. So much of it. Why did it speed up toward me? I hit it in the head with a shovel! also low-key hate about this game, Rachel. Just absolutely hate the way the stamina and food work. The food and water, rather. So, when you drink from the water, you got you're like, oh, I'm thirsty. Does it then take 6 seconds for your body to realize that you've taken that water? Or does your body realize you've taken that water the second you bring it into you? The second you bring it into you. Your body goes, oh, my thirst is satiated because there's water in my mouth right now. And if you need a bunch and you chug a whole bunch, it just takes longer to chug. It doesn't take longer to process. It happens the second it hits your stomach, guys. The second it hits your body. If you're so critically dehydrated that you're dying, then it takes a little while to process. But like a minute, like not as long as this game wants to make it seem like. And so the whole, oh, we're gonna have to see. Okay, this is Rachel and I have been having this conversation. I don't know that she'd ever heard of a sim. The difference in a sim, a video game, and an RPG. A simulator, an RPG, and a video game.
Okay, a simulator is like your flight simulator. An RPG would be you're the pilot of the plane.
They'd have to be different games. They're different genre entirely.
Yeah, so
Right. The dice rolls, the stats, the meaningful character choices.
isn't it all a video game?
No, not all of it is a video game. A video game is Pac-Man, Rotato. A simulator is this.
Survival simulator.
This is a survival simulator. It's trying to simulate real reality.
Yeah, but no,
Actually do it. Because the fucking RPG rules are busted. Because it has video game logic.
so they can't decide where
They can't decide whether it's an RPG, a sim, or a video game. So it does all three poorly. Right. Is this a looter shooter? That's a video game. Is it an RPG where I have stats and I have dialogue trees and I talk to merchants and I'm trying to save a fucking world? That would be an RPG. Where there's elements of that here. Or is it a simulator where I'm a guy in a world that exists and is happening and I'm just a part of that world? A simulation of that universe. Well, it also has that. There's Rick, and there's this guy Noah who telepathically communicates to you when you ding level 2. It's got these simulation things going on too. It doesn't know what the hell it is or what the hell it wants to be. And it's taking it out on me. Because I like things to know what they want to be. Yes. Yes. They just released a major content patch. Content patch 3.0. Like, yeah.
I got some shit work for a. Let's get one thing straight.
2013.
You're not working with
access.
me. You're working for me.
What did I say about 2012?
that's 13 years ago.
Yeah. And it still plays exactly the same. We can go watch Alpha 16. And it still plays the same now. They went Alpha 21, then Release 1, Release 2, we're in Release 3, and it still plays exactly the same janky, busted-ass game where gravity is an illusion when you are building. It's the same shit. And I like it. I had very high hopes for this. I want to play it. I want to experience it with 5 friends. The way everybody else gets to play it. I want that experience very much. I'm going to fail this quest. I'm being very stubborn. I'm making a point. I'm making a point. That if this health is supposed to be a simulation of how I'm really feeling, there would be no way in hell I would do this because I wouldn't respawn. But also, I would have no way of healing if this meant something. I'd be all cut to hell at 13 health. Yeah, this is the bridge that we walked over, and you asked me, is that a thing on the ground? And I said, yeah. Is that a dead fish? And I said, it is not. And then you stopped and you picked up that rock, and then you stopped and picked up that rock, and we got attacked, and I had to save you because you were busy being bent over on the ground. I remember this walk. Because that was, we picked one of these houses. Probably that one right there. We picked one of these houses as our spot. I like this game. I like the environmental storytelling in this game. I would like it if it had a story. After full release 3.0, you'd think they'd have a nod toward a fucking story somewhere. That someone on the staff would have said out loud, hey, what if we had a story? Because that's what Darkness Falls, the mod, does. It tries to put a fucking story in this world, and so I get it. They're like, no, the story of you and your friends surviving until what? We just don't survive? We can't fuck. I'm overthinking it. But I'm overthinking it because this game wants to straddle all things that can be done with video games, and it's not doing any one of them well. This wants to be a tower defense. I love that. The tower defense is boring as shit. Yes, there are a lot of games that are straddling this fence. I don't know what they all are because I didn't have the hardware to do it. And frankly, Neebs have already got to all of them. And I don't have the friends to just be stubborn about it.
Like 76, that's an RPG.
76 is an RPG and a looter shooter. It is what it wants to be, and it's doing it very well.
And it's a survival, too.
It has the survival... It's in the survival genre, but the survival, like you said, it's only for the first 20 levels or whatever. They nod to it, but they move past it and just make it a looter shooter very quickly. A looter shooter is where you shoot stuff until it dies and then you loot it. Yeah. I know you do. I know. There's nothing wrong with the looter shooter loop. But a looter shooter is a video game. Fallout 76 doesn't ask you to talk to enough NPCs. It doesn't ask you to talk to enough NPCs. You can do the quest line, but it doesn't ask you to talk to enough NPCs. Even your dailies aren't asking you to go out and talk to this NPC to fix this part of the world so that we can have a thing happen in an event. It doesn't do that.
I mean, the first 50 levels, that's what you do.
That's it. Nods to it to get you comfortable with the looting and the shooting, and then it sets you free as in a looter shooter. There's nothing wrong with that. The first 10 days of this game teaching you that you need to be prepared for Horde Night, totally fine. Killing me once or twice a night just to do it, not fun. That's not fun. I came here at 7 p.m. I just played this quest. I have 7 HP. I don't really care. I'm kind of pissed off by the game. Just by like its structure, the way it's made, and I'm in my feelings about it again. This, I hate this. Yeah. Yes. They fucked it up. Yeah, well they did the Fallout 76 thing where they added a bunch. They've... Fuck! It's a teenager. Yeah. He's a pretty standard guy. I killed him really fast. Yep, and my stamina stopped going up out of nowhere. They said, okay, so when I was playing it and at the end of patch 1.0, when they went to patch 2.0, they fucked it all up. That's why I quit playing it. It stopped being playable, and so I stopped just playing it because it wasn't fun. It wasn't playable anymore. Sit down and just play like you might do with a record. Where you just put it on and you enjoy it. Or you might do with a movie where you just put it on and you enjoy it. That you can't do that in 76 anymore, or Fallout in 7 Days to Die. Can't do it anymore. Can't just put it on and have fun anymore. It used to be that as I was going through these houses and these POIs, food and water would drop. so I could scavenge the houses for the supplies I need to survive. That's not a thing anymore. Who fucking knows? You're supposed to make it yourself. Yeah, by dying over and over again. It's just dumb. There's not enough time in the day to actually go in and check all these POIs. You will die. And now I'm going to spend... I messed up. But I'm going to spend the last of the good daylight trying to get home. I have this on the standard difficulty. Why is there so much bullshit bothering me on day 3? This world should feel empty and spooky and like I have to make seriously bad choices in order to even take damage until the first Horde night. I didn't modify this. This is the basic difficulty. All I did is said that you could give me persistent injuries when I die. To give me a reason not to just die over and over again. And it's actually, I don't know if you've noticed, but it hasn't been giving me the persistent injuries. It's actually taking away my injuries and my infection. It's not supposed to do that. Because it's feeding me bullshit deaths. And so I'm coming back with half food, half water, no matter what my food was. That's the base game. That's the base rules of the game. You can never get ahead until you're ahead. But the way you get ahead is by having a whole bunch of friends and going out and immediately scouring everything and having it by night 2. And so by just trying to roleplay this like a guy who's just trying to survive, all you do is die. It's not fun to roleplay, so it's not a role-playing game. You can't roleplay in it. I can't just be this guy. Because eventually I'm going to be bitching about gameplay design. You can't just roleplay in it. I'm constantly arguing with the dungeon master. You see what I'm saying? That corn I could harvest. The green one. Yeah, the green ones you can harvest. The cooking corn is a waste of time. Just starve to death. And you might be saying, oh, but your stamina... Yeah, water. They made water difficult to get.
When I played it, they didn't need the jars.
Nope, didn't need the jars.
And then like a week later, they came out with
Yep, and we stopped playing. I was like, you're not gonna like it. You won't have fun. We won't have fun. You won't have time to learn the game, to just walk around and be in the game. You'll be dying too often. We'll have to turn the difficulty to a level where you're just not having fun. This is their base. That's the thing. I cannot stress loudly enough. This is their base HP on day 3. And they keep throwing me like big boys, the fat tourist guys, and the bikers. They keep throwing me mid-game dudes in tier 1 spots. It's like nothing about this makes sense, and I don't actually feel like doing this night. I'm going to get out. Thank you guys. I know that last hour was just me bitching, but 7 Days to Die doesn't hear from their audience, and their gamers are dumber than hell. Even the Neebs guys aren't playing it anymore. It's not fun. It's just not fun. That it's a 50 when you drink a glass of water. This is what I was joking about with the Jewish wedding. When you drink a jar of water, it's a mason jar full of water. Chug this mason jar full of water, you have a 50% chance to retain the glass jar. What are you talking about? What am I doing with it? Chugging down this jar of clean water and smashing it into the ground? What, did I lose the mason jar lid? When? Oh, did I drop the ring? Oh, fuck, now I can't bend down and pick it up off the floor. What is this? Facts. This is where their effort goes. Making the girls look sexy. Making the girl characters look sexy. good skins. For people who are... It's not just the kids, though. This is adult grown women. This is grown women. This was released just before 2.0. And here we are. This is what they've worked on all the way to 3. Why do I need any of this? Why do I need to look like Alpha 16? Why do I need a skin set, a skin pack to look like Alpha 16? Why do I want skins that override my armor in the first place? Why isn't your armor cool? Holidays, you can look like you can look like Leatherface. You can look like the armors from the mod I told you about, Darkness Falls. I mean, pirate for who knows what fucking reason. This and this and this came out with 2.0. Around 2.0, before it. These, you can sell to yourself as survivor things. These are survivors. It didn't work. I don't want it in my cart. Holy shit, just viewing it in the store added it to my cart. That is predatory. That's where their effort goes. They broke the game, but you can look like you're in a beach because it's so easy to you because you are in day 100 and don't start over. And so, except in that armor, it's just a skin, so it's not. It's gonna call it whatever you're actually wearing. It's insane. This is what they did. They added these. Official groups. The group is such a stupid title. This is what they did. Almost creative mode has made it so easy you can't lose. Blood Moon's even turned off. And then the chibi mode makes everything super easy again. Dumpster Diver makes things... makes your resource yields lower, but your scrapping yields higher, crafting yields higher, fewer magazines, but higher loot bags. This isn't fun. Like, low enemy density? This is how they're telling me that I have to play. That I can't play the base PM close. This turns it into a looter shooter. No quests, just running. See, they even make run speed higher. And then this makes it more likely that you're going to die. Biome progression is no. Tools peaked at sticks. No refund on the jars. This is what they sat down and balanced. This is what they worked on. Was game start scenarios. This is not good. This is their big summer thing. This is not good. That there's not a little village of survivors around that trader yet is not good. Not good. Bad, in fact. Bad. Look at that. Version 3.0.0. Not good. Not good. Disappointing, man. Let's see if I can find the patch notes. It's not going to let me get into them in the game. Not good. And look, this game gets a massive pass in the gaming community because the two dudes who are fun pimps, they were just dudes like John Romero and John Cormack, right? They were just dudes who worked together. The difference is John Romero and John Cormack happen to also be working together as game designers. These other two dudes, I think they were like construction workers or what's it called when you pay someone? Contractors. I think they were contractors. Something like that. I could know, but I don't really care to know. I'm happy to be wrong. Correct me in the comments. They weren't game developers. They got to talking like you and I do, like Mr. S and I do, and they just said, we talk about this so much, we should just do it. And so they learned the skills necessary to do it. But they started in a voxel game. And so they had to learn the most difficult way. And so what they got good at was character models. That's what always happens in these games. Like Forever Winter, Mr. S is all the time talking to me. I'm always checking in with him. And he's always saying the same thing. New character models, new character models. I get it, they need skins because they need the revenue, but also like finish the game. Look, if what they've done is every time you make a club, there's a chance that that club is going to be +1 on something. It's going to have that little star. And the better you get at making clubs, not only the more likely that is to happen, but the more likely it is to be more than just one thing that gets a random +1. You wouldn't hear me bitching. You would actually not hear me saying a word about the jars. You would hear me saying that's the right way to do it. Make it so that I make stuff. If you're going to give me a crafting system, make the crafting system everything. I want to take those star weapons that I find in the world that I don't use and scrap them for more materials or for an item that I can put and that I can use as a right click on anything that I make to make it a star item. How hard is that? I salvage a star item, now I have a usable item that allows me to make another item a star item. Or I salvage a star item and now I have 1/10 of an item that allows me. Even Path of Exile got that right. They call it crafting. That's why I'm not playing PoE. Because the fan community, they call that crafting. That's not crafting. That's turning a randomly generated item just a little bit better. Crafting is where I take the components, I make the item, I make it better. If I'm working in stone, like if I'm going to play that Stone Age mod, if I'm working in stone so long that I can make a level 5 stone pickaxe, that should mean something more than just moderately better stats. It should mean something. And when I'm making things, there should be a chance that I have a eureka moment and I'm like, oh, as I'm making this pickaxe, I bet I could make a better pickaxe. I bet I could make this better. Instead of having to find a fucking book. I get it. Back in the day, alphas 16, 17, I think all the way up until 19, you didn't have to have books. You had to gain levels at the things by doing the things. And so there's a moment in Alpha 16 or 17 where the Neebs guys, they found a chemistry station out in the world. And they got all excited. But they had to be level 70 at whatever, chemistry or whatever, to use it. And it's like, yeah, you could not walk up to a chemistry station today with the skills and the knowledge that you have and, I don't know, refine chlorine from salt or whatever. Make chlorinated gas from basic materials, even given the materials. The magazine is supposed to replicate the experimenting, the learning, the know-how. You have the chemistry station, you have a magazine, you go through the process one time. But there should be you get better at it over time, so that instead of I make more bandages because I found a book or I found a magazine or I found some passive item that makes it so now when I make bandages I make 2 from the same material yields. What I should do is, after I've made 10 bandages, I should now make a +1 bandage. And then after 100 bandages, I make a +2 bandage. And then by the time I've made the 10,000 bandages I'm going to make over the lifetime of my character, I'm making bandages that are as good as the medical quality bandages, or maybe even better than the medical quality bandages that are being manufactured for hospitals. That's what happens when you do something over and over and over and over. You get better at it. You don't get better at things because you spent a point in a level or because you picked up a magazine. The more times I make these bandages, the faster I should get at it.
That would be a simulation.
That would be a simulation, not an RPG. Correct. That's the difference. WoW has simulation in its trade skills, and that's why you watched me. I will sit and watch that meter bang out copper ore or copper bars from copper ore for hours, because it has a material benefit. When I make something that is green, there is a chance that I will still get a point. And so if I have a ton of the materials for the green thing and I don't want to go get the materials for the yellow thing or the orange thing, which is a guaranteed point, I still get better by practicing my craft. This game does not want that. It used to have it, and people like Simon, people like Thick, I used to be so mad at him. Thick. I used to get so mad at Thick 44, Anthony Schnur, formerly of Neebs Gaming. Because he wanted to take every game that was an interesting simulator, an interesting RPG world, and turn it into a looter shooter, because he came into video games playing the Call of Duty, Halos, and Battlefields. So he wants everything to be a looter shooter with multiplayer matchmaking, where you get in, you play together for an hour, and you never see one another again. That's not actually fun. It's just an effective way to spend your time when you're, like Thick, an important executive at Verizon Wireless at the time. But then you become like what I want to do, this streaming, and the model really is find a game that you don't like that much that people will sit and watch you play, or find 5 games that you can play for exactly 1 hour a day, and then find arcadey video games that you can play in front of people that they'll pay to actually watch you play. The authenticity, trying to not just sell but present authenticity in these games, is vanishingly difficult. Vanishingly difficult. They don't want to be authentic. They want to, like, the cop doesn't even move that fast in the game. Why do they have it act like this in that short, in that clip? It's like, it's the same thing I was bitching about in 2012. Spectacle over substance. The writer's strike of 2007 resulted in everything being spectacle over substance, because the IT guys who were making the spectacle were stupid enough to do it for free. And here we are. And I'm pissed off all the time. I'm sorry that 7 Days to Die and Shogun 2 devolved into me being pissed off. Who knew that if you put your monitor, your computer, on an actually large, watchable surface, that the fonts become unreadable? Who knew that you have to have a 9 by 11 fucking monitor or you're just not allowed to see what you're playing?
Who were the play testers on that?
Playing on their big perfect monitors that they're able to zoom in on.
That's not all demographics, right?
Right. And that's the other thing I'm pissed off about is these game companies making games on systems that the buying public can't get access to. It's like, what was we were either watching a game in that documentary or I was listening to someone talk about their new game being being developed deliberately ahead of graphically and computationally where the at-home market was. And they were like, oh, well, it'll be like an old pair of pants. They'll grow into it. And I'm pretty sure they were a game as service game that nobody played because nobody could get in. Nobody could boot up the game. It's like, what the fuck are you thinking? Everybody's still playing WoW because you can run it on a fucking potato. Y'all are still playing Fallout 76 because you can run it on a PS4. Fuck. And I'm saying this to one person. You, one person, thank you. You're the real hero.
The game used to be fun to watch, but that wasn't very fun to watch. You just struggled and bust through it.
That wasn't fun to watch. And yeah, I could have done the old exploit that works, but that's not fun. Running through the motions because an exploit works isn't fun. Fun is blowing through an open gap and an offensive line's pass protection. At an angle where the blocker for the quarterback in the backfield can't get an angle on you. And hitting that guy so fucking hard that his helmet goes one way, the ball goes the other way, and your team wins as a result because you can coast because they can't climb out of that hole that they dug themselves by leaving you unblocked. That's fun. This multiplayer matchmaking where everything is balanced so everyone loses, that shit ain't fun. That's why nobody played Battlefield 1. You spawn in and you die. That's not fun. It's just a loading screen simulator. That is called a screensaver. I hate that shit. I grew up on arcades, man. I grew up on arcades. And if you died on the arcade, you were kicked off the machine. Now I'm gonna go take a piss. They're either afraid to kill you, or they think the only thing that'll get you sitting here is to piss you off. It's just all retention. It wasn't even that I was happy to play it. I played for 100 blitz, 100 hours. Happily, having the time of my life. You remember, what's his name? If you've seen it so long, I forget his name. Eric, showing up to the channel like, oh my my god, I'm having so much fun. There's no fun to be had now. You can't stay alive.
Yeah.
I feel betrayed. I don't like being killed for no reason. I was good enough at that patch, at that time in the game. I was good enough when I was playing that I was seriously giving myself challenges like, all right, we're going to get to day 7 and then it's every night is full moon.
Yeah.
And I was overcoming it for the most part. Can't do that now. I don't have enough water. I can't find it. It's insane to think that what you have to do is go and scavenge houses because they like that we didn't like. So they're like, fine, go back to scavenging houses like Alpha 15 or 16. Try to doing that with your time, but that's what you want to do. I don't want to go into these strange houses. They don't have anything I want. Mr. S said it better than I can. No better than I can. He said it. I'm not trying to act like it was the original thought. He said it first. He said it's all just toxic DM syndrome. Malignant DM syndrome. Malignant DM syndrome. It's just malignant DM syndrome. A DM that thinks that it's the DM versus the player, so his job is to kill you. That's not fun. You have all the power, DM. You can drop me dead for any reason at any time. You're God, so the God complex DM, not fun to be around, it turns out. It's just not fun to be around people like that. Oh, ranty, ravey, all mad. I'm not really mad. It's just I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because it doesn't need to be this way.
Frustrated.
I'm flustered. There are different things. Are you one of those people who said frustrated? No, never, not once. And see, that's the thing. It's like 7 Days to Die, Alpha 16. I have watched that so much. That's a good game. I have watched so many hundreds of hours of them playing Alpha 16, and it is a good game. This update came out recently enough that I saw it yesterday. That's why it came out for the sun. So it might have come out on the 1st of July or the end of June. I don't know exactly. No. I'm not saying that they're not playing at all. They may have come back for this update. I'm just that would be interesting to see. It would be interesting, but that would just be capitulation with peers rather than. It's hard to watch their stuff now. I think it makes it weird. I think it really as the conversations. It's hard to watch their stuff. It's hard to watch their I like them. That's why I don't want to dislike them, and I don't want to be jealous of them. Like when I saw that they weren't invited to the 7 Days to Die thing that I was talking about, the get together, I kind of realized that it's all bullshit. It's all cellophane. It's all AstroTurf, all make believe. What do you watch a lot?
Just showed you it.
Oh, cram it.
Yeah, that cop is really going to town on that shoulder, boy. Woo!
Yeah.
Gross.
Yep.
He's even taking his hat off. That's just rude.
It's just rude to not even take your hat off to eat. Okay. I'm done bitching for a while. Thank you guys for hearing my bitch. I am going to see if there's another one of these games on here I feel like playing for a little while. It's what, 6 o'clock? Just after 6:30? Mr. S and I would usually be hanging out right about now, so I should really just end the stream. Ugh. What?
Look at the little face. How cute.
Oh, the little seal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Precious little things.
Well, they live in a hostile environment where, what are those things called? Whales will just come up out of the ground and eat them, up out of the water.
Oh, the orcas?
And, yeah.
Yeah.
Whales come up out of the water, and those are leopard seals, I bet.
That little face, though, reminds me of Juno. Little mustache, how cute.
Babies. They look like babies no matter what mammal species they are.
Yeah, it's a little baby face.
It's looking like you are not anything like I have ever seen before. What are you? And why are you so interested in us? What is that? What are you doing? Because, I mean, there's a guy on a boat over here with a camera pointed at it, you know?
Yeah.
What is all that? It's nothing it's ever seen before.
Yeah. And why is mom not concerned?
But yeah, that face is like disapproval.
Yeah, like, get out of here.
See the frown? Yeah, get out of here. You're not like us. Get out of here.
Don't eat our fish.
Leave my mama alone.
I will put my tail up in the air.
Tomorrow we'll check out Schedule 1 and see if it's lost its way too. I hope it hasn't. I don't feel like doing it right now. I don't want to be disappointed. I don't like being disappointed, guys.
Why don't we play a little bit of Deep Rock, get in a good mood, and then go to bed?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah? Yay!
I was thinking a little bit of Deep Rock, see if Mr. S gets a hold of me, and if not, going to bed.
Yeah.
He might want to play some divers.
Divers?
He might.
You might. Oh, this for me.
Yeah. On his days off, I don't usually put him to work. I don't,
What are these rejects?
because when I met him, they just happened to be. Oh, there were lots of beetles in that. I'm sorry. Just handed you like a plate full of bugs.
That's alright. Hey, you know? It's all good.
Alright. Anyway, on his days off, I've been telling him this since the beginning, and he kind of indicated same when I first met him, but on his days off, I assume that he's doing his own thing. Man, it's weird how much smaller this controller is than the PS5.
Have you tried syncing up your PS5 to it? Or your PS5 controller?
No, because I haven't wanted to accidentally turn the PS5 on. I could. It's a good idea. It's just funny. That's all. I do like the PS5 controller a lot better. Which amuses me because it's the PS5 controller is decidedly more like the Xbox controller um, than the PS4. I just meant in the shape of the body.
Like if you have an Xbox, there is no way you're sneaking a game without your partner not finding out about it. Because
Mm-mm.
you're like click, 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 click,
Yeah,
click.
so clicky.
It's so clicky.
Yikes.
So cute. He did it?
Yeah, I went ahead and pulled the trigger on that.
Nice, baby.
May want to plug it in.
Xbox device. Okay.
Hmm. Okay. Let me.
Hey, you want to use mine? It's unplugged and it's right here.
What? No, I just need to plug it in. Or suffer through Xbox controls. Hmm. Because this is plugged in there. So what's this? What is... Aha. Okay. That'll be fine. Just go back to using the PS4 controller too if it really is a problem. Can you help me out? I see it.
I like watching this game. I like watching Brotato too. But I like watching this game a lot.
I'm confused how that's making noise.
What kind of noise is it making?
No, right here, it's playing the game's audio. Just, it shouldn't have been able to. I'm confused how that's making noise.
I hear nothing over here. Did you notice that it had the month and then the date? When you went to your load saved game, it had 04/07. Where it
Okay.
had the date and then the month instead of the month and date.
Okay. It's European, you mean?
Yeah. And South American.
Got my gun done up all nice and shiny for this.
European?
Salt caves, gonna be thirsty.
I'm not
work.
paying at the moment.
I knew it. I knew you'd catch on.
I like Recon's kit.
Vincenzo. I'm gonna put on my. Where are they?
Hope I can handle Hazard 1.
My little guy.
You put your little guy on? I actually kind of want to smoke a bowl.
Yeah.
Like, I don't dislike 7 Days to Die. It still has a thing that I very much want to experiment or experience with friends, but that save is busted. I have to start over.
It is a little je ne sais quoi, but I mean.
It has
It's a little
some...
broken.
it has some zhuzh and it has some real potential. It's like 7 Days to Die is a little bit like a person that you would really like to be your significant other, but they just keep doing dumb shit that embarrasses you when you're around them in public. It's like you really don't want your friends or family to know that you're sleeping with this person.
Had a lot of those.
I didn't have friends or family to worry about. I didn't really have to worry about it, but yeah, I'd say I've slept with a few women like that. Why? You've never slept with anybody that you didn't think your parents would get along with? Or you're just like, no, you don't need to. You just...
I'm kind of very picky as to who I spend my time with.
Okay.
There are tests they have to pass. Just like I had to pass a bunch of tests.
It's dreadnought time, Miner. Find the damn thing, destroy it.
Sure, does she put out is probably not the best way to gauge whether a girl's worth hanging out with, huh?
Oh, there he is.
Dial it in.
Oh, the dwarf guy. This is a genuine question. Do you have it minimized?
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
There it goes. Now it's showing you there. What am I doing? Fuck. Dying. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting killed. Nice.
Maybe you need those mushrooms down there, those bolo.
This is the smart pick.
Bulo.
Much clutter for
Yeah,
supply
the
power
bolo
land.
ties.
Do something.
I want it.
We'll take that XP game. I see it. 2 of them. Ooh, new weapon. Bug taser. Deals electrical damage. It's a light weapon, electrical beam at random
I'll take the
enemies.
taser. Shock horror.
Box of goodies headed your way, Miner.
I'm jocular, he says. Okay, here we go. 3 max HP, 5 max HP. HP granted on level up. Or when I heal.
Vitamin pills. Oh, that's so clever.
Oh, because vitamin? Yeah. I get it too. That took me a second to think about. I was like, why is that? I see. Thank you.
Big swarm detected. Lock up and get ready. Objective completed.
Legendary. It's my lucky day.
Yeah, that even Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Reload
This is
speed
gonna help me
is
be a
yes.
perfect dwarf.
A perfect dwarf. I am gonna take that.
You don't see these every day.
Oh, I got the elite to come out. That was quick. Potency is yes.
Whee, not too shabby.
Let it just keep zapping lightning around among them.
Gimme!
All right. More potency.
Cowabunga! This works!
You hate it? Yeah. Do you hate it?
The threat level keeps rising. You have to move, Miner.
It's very Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
You want some more?
Quota
I think I
satisfied.
got him.
The drop pod is arriving. Get moving. It won't hang around.
This game, Rachel, when you get in melee range, that's when he swings his pickaxe. This has the thing that you were looking for out of Tato.
You
I'm gonna
don't see
just
these
take
every
reload.
day.
Ooh. Boomstick or... give me a second here to think. I should take that precise. But I kind of like the area. I kind of like the idea of the grenade the best. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Pain. Okay.
I want him 1,000.
What are you all?
Diving deeper. Taking you to stage 2.
Yeah.
Did not do well at that. I'm not worried about rate of fire collectively. Biting speed would be good, but I'm taking the status effect.
I'm
damage
gonna
and
go with
moving
this.
on. I am gonna... I see that's a legendary. That would be dumb to pass. High rarity stuff is important, Rachie.
You have your objectives. Get it done, Miner.
Right out of the bat. Yeah, those are gonna be our quests.
Only danger and darkness away. Ugh, never felt better.
Dropping XP like crazy.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
Shawarma's incoming. Is that what's for dinner? Do you? You would. You like food.
The
that
supply
tastes like
pod
food.
LZ's blocked. Please clear it out.
Oh, was it? Thank you for letting me know. Oh, is it? I don't know. I'm just talking shit. I love that you pronounce gyro or Euro gyro. It's just funny to me.
Actually, it's a Hito.
Oh, baby.
It depends on where it's from, but yeah.
How do you say it? Hero?
Overclock says
Euro.
it's time to kill.
Euro? Yeah. The G is like like you know how some Spanish words, the G is like a weird silent?
It's my
gnocchi.
lucky day.
There we go. Prepare for impact.
Mush. Tight. This one suits me best.
Well, it's just. That's my understanding that the Greek G is pronounced. That's how I was told to pronounce hero. Yeah, hero is also good, but a Greek guy told me that that's how they're pronounced by white people who are eating at Mediterranean. They're eating halal instead of the true Greek gyro. You see? That's what a guy told me. That could be totally wrong. A guy who might have been racist. I'm not trying to argue with anyone. That's all. Yeah, I mean it's fine, and that's why New Yorkers do that, is so that they don't want to get involved in your old racist bullshit. That you New Yorkers have enough racist bullshit just between the Italians, the Irish, and the Jewish. You're not trying to add any more that you're trying to get in the middle of. And it's the kind of the opposite in the West Coast, except for Asians. If you're Asian, you can fuck off. On either coast, frankly, it's weird. And then the South is just like, hey, we like them. They assimilate. This is a real thing. She's laughing because it's so real. It's very close to her as a person.
It's for me.
I love my country.
Feels rare.
I know that it's no longer the 4th of July, but I love the United States. When I was a young person, Rachie wouldn't believe this, but when I was a young person, I used to think that American history was boring. I still don't know much about, like, as much as I could, as much as I do about other nation states, about this country and its history, because it's so young, yes, and on some level, it's just always the same story. Because we're so young, we're still playing out the fallout from the Revolution, the War of 1812, and the Civil War. We are still playing out those conversations while trying to do it with this Cotton Mather language that the common people no longer remember as even ever being relevant. And so it's like that woman standing there thinking that she's grandstanding and making a big point when all she's really doing is winning a political argument by going, yeah, but some mother at home knows what's in the box in Betty Crocker more than she knows in the box of Mario. And it's like, that's an insulting argument to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's well, mom just needs to stay in the kitchen argument, you know, is what she just said. And so it is. And so there's a reason that liberals coming out of the 90s were winning the argument that even conservative women were deeply sexist. And that's why they kept winning that argument over and over and over again, is because they kept reaching these wildly sexist things to back up their arguments. Women would use these wildly sexual, or not sexual, sexist positionings of average American women. And the reason is because they ate it up as a reason to not have to be engaged or not have to be informed. And so I don't know whether you know this or not, but a lot of women started pulling the "I'm just a girl" as, no, I don't know whether you know this or not, but there's a wave of feminism that hates that phrase because there were a lot of conservative women who used that phrase to win arguments. It's like, well, I'm just a girl. I'm allowed to have an overaged boyfriend who pays for all my stuff. I'm just a girl. I'm allowed to want the wife, or to be the housewife and the kids and the picket fence. Well, I'm just a girl. I want the internship. I'm just a girl. I don't know anything about your social stand. I'm just a girl. I don't know anything about FLDS. You see how there are people like me who hear that, not people like me, not me who hear that and they go, you're just giving up on yourself, or you're just giving up on the movement, because all they know is the movement. They don't know that there are people that are legitimately unaffected by racism. It is just not a part of their lives. Even minority groups that are just, like I said, with the Asians in the South, there's a community in North Carolina. It blows my mind. They look Chinese, they talk Southern. Because they assimilated so fast, and they were basically allowed to self-segregate like a little China in New York. But instead of maintaining the Asian accent and being made fun of by New Yorkers, or Italians rather, by New York Italians, right, for being so different, having their ching chong way of living, and then their dirty markets, they have the John Deere tractors and hats and straw, and they look just like Southern Americans, and they're Afik, and they talk just like Southern Americans, but they are an unracially admixed Asian community from the 19th century. It sounds hilarious, but that was a certain form of utopia to a group of people in the 19th century, coming out of the chaos of the Civil War. I think those were people who helped build the trains, or they were people who came over on the newly built trains in the West, the newly built Intercontinental Railroad. That was built in part by Chinese immigration. It's something we don't talk about in this country, because we do owe Asians more respect. And by Asians, I mean people of Chinese descent. We owe them more respect than we give them, but we don't give them that respect because their families can move over here. And their families can be deeply fucked up since Mao communism. It's a very different time than when they were fighting with opium against the British Empire. It's a very different time. And so both sides of the aisle are extremely wary of the Chinese, for Chinese people living in this country, for the exact reason they were freaked out about Germans and Japanese during and after and before World War II. The internment camps thing could absolutely, Chinese people know and have known the whole time that the internment camp thing could happen at any moment because of the way the home country behaves, China, the way that it behaves. That's why they assimilate in the way they do. That's why they make themselves completely harmless. Because in Chinese history, the only way to not be just blotted off the map by extreme imperial violence, like you saw in Mao China, was to just totally assimilate to what was going on and pretend like there had never been anything before. You remember that girl who didn't understand why she was thrown in the prison camp in Three Body Problem? Well, that's what she did. And you remember how it was her mom that turned on her dad? That's how she was able to survive, is she pretend there was no before. They pretend there is no before, that the revolution or whatever, the new government that come in, they're the only government that's ever been here. You see what I'm saying? And that prevents extreme violence from happening to you and your family in China. That never happened in the That never happened in the West to that same scale, because by the time there were European empires trying to move into the European landmass, first of all, Europe is significantly smaller than China. It can also grow significantly less food on the ground. So if you know anything about China, you know they have a ton of food, right? They grow a ton of bread, ton of rice, is what I meant to say, right? Now, not all of China is a breadbasket. Some of it's a desert, and some of it's tundra, and some of it's mountains, right? Okay, we don't need to blow the thing up, but I do want to know what my armor is. Armor is 21. 9 more. We're going to get it this turn, so I probably already got it before. But their landmass, when their mythic wars, I'm going to try tomorrow, I'm going to try Total War. I'm going to try a more modern Total War. We're going to try not Shogun 2, but the Chinese Three Kingdoms. when when the historians for that war were claiming millions of bodies counted on either side and casualties approaching multiples of millions in total in their conflicts, historians in the West thought they were flat out lying. They thought there's no fucking way. Because the big conflicts that decided European history, like the conflict that allowed William the Conqueror to conquer the UK, right? To conquer the British Islands and become the King of England. Thousands. Like 6,000 was a big army for these people. And so these historians are used to numbers in the were tens, maybe 100,000 is a big number. And the Chinese in the 2000s BC are fielding armies of millions.
I remember Three Body Problem when they had the manual computer. That was millions too.
Millions. And that a Chinese person can conceive of that human computer, and it can make sense because you could get exactly that. 1,000,000 people, 2,000,000 people, now 2 billion people to shut off their critical thinking and their self-survival instinct, and you can mobilize them outside of your country with weapons. That's why Russia and China are actually scary, because their people can be actually turned off. They can be actually disengaged as human agents with free will. They are all sleeper agents because of the cult of the state of communism. It's a religion, and it's terrifying. And so as a result, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but what I was trying to tell you is that the United States is fucking terrified of that, and as a result, they are very wary of the Chinese population in this country. And that's why they just shut off, and they're as American as everybody. That Korean kid that I showed you, all he wants to be is American. Do you remember that? That's how you don't get killed. But it also will get you killed at home. It's really, you do know. Because it's the same in Chile and Brazil. Brazil. There we go. It's Brazil. Yeah. And Argentina and Venezuela, it's the same way. And Americans cannot wrap our minds around that because it was never fully that way. When we talk about freedom and liberty, it was never fully that way for the common people. You either went to work for your landlord or you starved. There wasn't enough food that you could be supported by your family to the terms of the Chinese way of life, where they have that really close-knit extended family. Grandparents live with children, and they all live very close together, like in India, parts of Africa. Vietnam is very much that way. A guy won the lottery. I saw this documentary about a guy won the lottery, a Vietnamese dude. He was just a factory dude, and he went splitsies with everybody on his shift on a ticket, and it hit big, the mega, and he moved back to Vietnam and bought his family a village, and he put one house in it for all of his family. It was this complex, almost machine like art of architecture, so that all of the different branches of the families could still grow and it was still attached. So he made basically a ziggurat for his family to live on and in and grow and expand from. Yeah, that's what their families are like. Very different in the West. Very different. By the time you were able to shovel shit, you were no longer your mother's child or your father's son. You were expected to work for the landlord, or you were allowed to starve. The Christian mercy that they talk about did not exist in practice at any time in history. Where you could go and eat on the church's dime, only on the explicit condition that you converted, behaved, act like an unfree-willing Christian. The Americans who came over here came from generations of rejection of that practice. This continent, in as far as Americans, not French, not Spanish, but Americans, have never known anything like that. It was already out of the genetic thinking of the Germanic and Dutch and English and French and Spanish people who founded this place. That they were free actors in this world, and they were allowed to leave as much of an imprint upon it as they chose. And so what I'm telling you is that there is a section of the feminist argument that hates the I'm just a girl because they think that it's giving up your free will to some other thing, even just infantilizing an infantilization fantasy. But for you, it just ends the conversation. We did lose whoever that was. They got tired of hearing me talk about this.
Is it me, or does it seem like women are the most
Before you put a word on it, that before you say something that bites anybody that you don't mean to, or says something more biting than what you mean to, girls grow up. Okay, so boys grow up expected to become their fathers. Girls grow up expecting to become their mothers, right? Whether you want to or not. And your mother, right? Your mother has all the right answers. She's always right. She seems like she has eyes in the back of her head. And she's the one in charge of the rules. Dad might be the one who will beat your ass, but it's because mom told him to. That's how it used to be, right? Dad was the enforcer, but mom made the rules, and it was always, hey, Dad, can I go to the thing that I know that mom doesn't want me to go to? Nah, go ask your mother. Nah, I'm not going. Never mind, guys. I'm sorry. Mom said no, right? Tell me I'm wrong. That's what every American household was like in the 80s. That's what your household was like growing up, and you didn't have an American household. Your parents were decidedly not American. That is a human trait. That's why it plays out regardless of race in every dramatic story. When you watch it and you're like watching your time cop drama, right? And dad is sitting there with his daughter and they're arguing about who her boyfriend is and whether she's doing her studies and when is she going to get pregnant. And it's a completely confusing conversation because how the fuck am I supposed to have 100 and how am I supposed to be pulling all A's, Dad, and dating Super Ted and also pregnant, Dad, right? That conversation that plays out in every race, in every movie, TV show, not because it's well written, but because it's a universal human conversation. Every girl will have that conversation with her dad, an normative relationship with her father, right? Because her father needs to make sure that she's doing what she needs to be doing right now, that if she's doing the other thing that she doesn't need to be doing right now, that she's doing it smart, and that she's thinking about her future wherein she's doing the other things she needs to be doing, which is making sure that dad didn't waste his time by not putting her in a fucking grave and having a son. You see what I'm saying? It is a lot of pressure historically to be a female. A lot of pressure that has been whitewashed out of our culture because men didn't want to hear it. Fathers did not want to hear it. Watch a movie from circa 1977 to maybe, I don't know, 2077. Maybe it'll change by then. Watch a movie, man. Every single girl talking to her dad is like, your expectations for me are impossible, and I don't know who you are. Am I wrong? That's the plot of every movie with a father and a daughter. And they got really subtle about it by just straight up killing dad. Dad would be dead and she never knew who he was. And so it became a mystery of why did mom even let him inside her in the first place. Those are really good movies. Every time. When the girl, all she has is a photograph and mom won't talk about him, but he comes up and she smiles. And it's like, what the hell happened there? And then it turns out that he was like a time cop or a wizard or something. Those are great fucking movies. Those are always good movies. They're trash stories. The dialogue sucks because they have to be for literally everyone. A baby has to be able to understand what's happening because dad's gone. Right? And nobody that is experiencing that wants to talk about it. Right? They don't want to admit it, that dad's actually gone forever and he's not coming back because that fucking side see it, baby. I was trying to do them off for thank you. I was explaining my gameplay there. Or you don't actually want to imagine it because that could be your dad. And what would you do? Right? And so what we don't want to do is role play, because role play is very much the fantasy of, well, not what would I do, but what would this other person do, right? And so that's what good writing is about. And so when you become a voice actor because you kind of like to read, right? Or because you were better at the reading stage of any script or pilot that you were a part of than you were at the acting stage, you're not a voice actor. You're a script reader. And so what that means is that the people that are writing for people like Vox Machina, or the people who are writing for the actors who fill the roles necessary in Critical Role, think about it. It's critical that they do this because the parent company will absolutely can them all. Because none of them is a voice actor. Think about the gravitas that what's his name? It's just totally gone from my mind. Think of the gravitas that Darth Vader has. His voice.
I'll take this one.
Right? Or Mufasa. I can't think of his name right now. But that actor, James Earl Jones. Think of the gravity, the gravitas. And gravity, by gravitas I mean that unspeakable something like charisma that draws you in, and from which, even if you look away, you're still pulled. It's not magnetism. It's like sinking in a quicksand that you don't want to escape from. Kind of like that guy who filled his water tub with sand instead of water, his hot tub. And so it just got all vibrating. And it's like, I don't know that I want to get out of this. It's kind of neat, right? That's what it sounds like when somebody like James Earl Jones is speaking, right? Or Morgan Freeman, gravitas, right? It's not just the buttery smoothness.
This one almost makes it too easy.
It's a draw. It's a zazazoo. It's a talent. And sometimes it's natural. It can be taught. But like, yeah, think about this character. That makes my whole life better. Like that's got voice acting in it because that's a human. That's a person. I don't mean the actor behind it. I mean this dwarf. He's got a whole quip. He's got a whole like library of quips because he was written with gravitas. And so the actor comes in and he goes, "Oh, okay. I got to give this a real character and I got to really act like this person with my voice." Right? That's voice acting.
Sure, why not?
What those people are doing, I'm convinced of it now. Because Rachel looked at one of them, the blonde, and goes, "Oh, she should be famous." And like, well, I've never seen her. She said, "Well, she was in movies in the 90s. And it's like, yep, I bet she was not actually good on set.
She was not a good actress, though.
Yeah, she's not actually a good actress. And the guy who does the DM, he's not actually a good stand-up comic. And the guy that everybody likes for having my face and the kind of long hair, he's not actually a good charismatic cult leader. You see what I'm saying? They're not actually good at what they do, and that makes them affordable. So then when the writers and the voice actors and the yada and the who and the whatever and all of these guilds strike, drive up their wages, but remain at the same level or lower of talent, then you're back at the, well, we shouldn't be paying NFL athletes at all. And that argument for voice acting in many of these video games from which the Vox Machina and Critical Role cast are drawn is garbage. The voice acting in those programs, I don't remember exactly how I set up that sentence. I'm trying to remember those names. Most of that is garbage. And frankly, yeah, they couldn't string together. We watched 2 minutes of that, wherein they couldn't string together a single coherent sentence. And I'm on 5 hours straight. Sure.
6.7 million on that one video. Like,
That fucked me up.
Oh, yes.
It's not even good.
if you think people are you know, you can't tell me that people sat there and watched
This one's
I
so
see a lot of shorts of people who do fan animations who watch it and watch it and watch it and think it's excellent. People like that fucking Kill Ted or whatever his name is. Have you watched any of that?
Kill Ted.
Whatever it's called? That comedian and all of his friends that sit on a stage and just speak trash?
I'm not big on stand up.
It's all become garbage. I'm gonna do this. Release the explosion when the weapon reloads. It only shoots twice, so it should be exploding a lot. I want that purple thing. What was that? Epic. That was sudden.
This one.
I get in my feelings about it. Not because the fans of such things are repellent to me. It's like any given juggalo. Isn't repellent to me because many of ICP's fans, many juggalo, don't know that the music is not music and is repulsive. Many of them do know and think that music is a place because they were conditioned by the liberal worldview to believe that music is a place where any two given lines being connected to one another as a coherent thought is an accident or a coincidence. So the repulsive violence and horrible charm, so to speak, of ICP is in knowing that they know better, but also knowing that they're not expected by the music to connect it all together into an actual worldview, but then also doing exactly that through exposure.
Would you love me a little less if I told you I liked ICP?
I would love you less. It would be hard. It would be very difficult not to judge you very negatively.
I'm feeling
But that's my point. Any particular juggalo is just a person. Right? Like Raichi's just a person. If Raichi liked ICP, it would just have to be never while I'm around. I
liked ICP in the 90s because I worked at a record store.
That's what I'm saying. You were conditioned by the industry that any two sentences in their music being connected together as a coherent thought was an accident or a coincidence. That you were, well, no, not a show. I'm talking about specifically the lyrics, the things that they are saying. That if they say any two lines in the song and it lines up as two thoughts and those are a coherent thought, like I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'm going to kill a random old lady, can't be connected as a coherent thought and premeditated action. in case any one of the members of that band were to, in fact, kill a lady in a grocery store. The lyrics could be used against them in criminal charges because it would be premeditation, because premeditation is the fantasization phase. Folks, X-Lonk, if you're listening, the fantasy is AKA'd premeditation in the language that will be used to lock you away from humanity if you act out on violent fantasies. And so because this music is about violent fantasies, they had to condition the audience that it was deliberate nonsense that didn't mean anything and couldn't be used against them in a court of law. Because it was used against them in courts of law, not ICP specifically. But there have been several rappers who have gone to prison with their lyrics as evidence of premeditation to cause crimes. Because many of the people historically who got into creating hip-hop were criminals. Many of them on the lam. There have been several who have in fact been caught running from the police, releasing records detailing the place where they are. These are criminals, and they're selling records to children as fantasy in the same way that this dwarf running around killing bugs is a fantasy to me. But this is not a fantasy to commit heinous crime. In the 1980s and the 1990s, when you were playing D&D, the I'm going to cast Fireball, or I'm going to play a Warlock, or I'm going to play a lawful evil character to mothers and grandmothers of the time, especially survivors of Nazi Germany, that sounded like the exact black magic that was used at the turn of the 20th century to kill millions, if not hundreds of millions of people in senseless wars and genocides. And they said, "Oh my God, not my kids." And they were right to do so. Is where I began, that my mother was a satanic panic mother, and they were right to freak out. My mother was right to be concerned. But like that documentary that we watched yesterday, High Score said, when you tell a child what they can't have, you have guaranteed what they will get. Do you see my point? You blocked the lyrics out because they were repulsive trash. But maybe they had a good vibe. Or maybe they had cute dudes who listened to it. You see what I'm saying? There are a lot of reasons to listen to repulsive trash that don't make you a repulsive trash person. But the second you start to defend it, you're defending being a repulsive trash person, which puts you on the slope to doing repulsive trash person behaviors. And that's what our mothers and our grandmothers were concerned with. And so she goes, well, why are girls so, and she's looking for a word, and the word is bossy and childish in their senses of justice. Girls have a 4-year-old sense of right and wrong, and they never grow out of it. Cleopatra had a 4-year-old girl's sense of right and wrong, and she died for it. And that has kept our species dominant in the food chain for 15,000 years. So I am not saying that it should stop. But when women rule unchecked, that sense of self-righteousness also turns life cheap. Because any woman can potentially produce as many as 15 new lives. You see what I'm saying? So it becomes cheap when they're like, well, I can make 15 of these. And any woman I know and that I weaponize to do so can make 15 of these. That's why male cult leaders always go for teenagers, the ones that are hyper fertile and haven't figured out how not to get pregnant yet. That's why they go after them, because they don't need the girls, They need the girls to tell their male offspring that they are God. Because then one of their male offspring will rise up and keep the practice happening so they don't look like a historical outlier. It's fucking terrible, but it's very simple logic. And so the I can't think like these evil people, fuck you, saying that is thinking like these evil people are asking you to think. I can't think like them is also he's a genius and God. And like, you can think like me. With time, training, exposure, and a will, you can. And that's what free will is. Free will is what you can think and what you can do and what you can want to be and the targets at which you can aim. And God cannot fucking stop you from pulling that bow back and deciding you're going to shoot Ted in the fucking head today. Tell me I'm wrong. Someone tell me that God can stop you.
Nope, he cannot.
God hardened Pharaoh's heart before he changed Pharaoh's mind. It is more likely that God will let a motherfucker shoot you in the head because that is a lesson that the civilization in your immediate community will listen to than that he will stop him because you won't notice and tell the story. That is really, really brutal framing. Really aggressive. But it says up there, the philosopher of the grotesque. A grotesque in medieval language were those monsters like gargoyles that sat up on the tops of buildings, or that occupied the corners of rooms, or that sat in the negative space in books. Do you know why they were there? They were the ugliest thing the sculptor could imagine, because then a demon couldn't be that. Because demons are immaterial. So the things that we're dealing with, at least they're not that.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And you put it on your holy places and you put it in your negative spaces. Because it reminds adults, too, that you could be that thing. That's why that show Gargoyles never hit me right. It just never hit me right. What are you talking about? His eternal suffering. He has a bunch of friends. He lives at night. This seems awesome. And that's why people watched it. They're like, oh, this seems awesome. And they just shut out the dialogue. But the show is about this brooding monster. I always liked the gargoyles in Notre Dame and the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I always liked those gargoyles, even if the one was Jason Alexander or whatever, and people were over his whole shtick because they didn't like his character on Seinfeld, who might have been a dickhead. I don't know. He's the one that had give me a second. I don't know anything about this show, but he's the one who had the two worlds colliding moment, right? Yeah, his character's an asshole. He says funny things. Now, the comedian might be a dickhead, too. I have no idea. But confusing the two things is exactly what I'm talking about. You see, confusing a guy who says funny things for being a guy who actually does abhorrent things. Like Jason Alexander, he's a fat, bald guy. He probably did treat women badly. He's got a little dick. Like, of course he did. But his character, his gargoyle character, I thought was a funnier take on the gargoyle. Like, gargoyles who are actually happy to have their existence. They just happen to look that way.
I didn't even know there was a show called Gargoyles.
Yeah, it was a Disney Channel original. Oh, look, we beat it.
Nice. Good job.
Whoop, dip, 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 diggity, whoops. I did it, diddly, oops. I actually had to kill 2 bosses on the way through that one. I don't know if you saw that, but I had 2 bosses at the end of that one. Ew, an epic backpack.
Classy.
Brotato could have this too, and I wouldn't
Is it a
be.
backpack or a
It says miner's fashion or flash belt, so it's one of those side bags. So it's probably a fanny pack. Max HP, move speed, and damage. Rachel's gonna like that. She likes the move speed.
Me too. I like the move speed.
Thailand.
And it also has plus 30% pickup radius for 30 seconds when the drop pod arrives. So I can make sure to get all my XP. That's what Rachel really
This
wanted.
rocks.
It moves like Jagger.
Well, no, you were saying that you wished that
Thailand.
that your items came to you when the drop pod came down. And so now my pickup range is going to get really big. So basically the items are going to come to me. Oh yeah, this rocks. Talking directly difficult to her is difficult when she's listening to both streams. I like reload speed better. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. She's a maniac, a maniac.
Salvage it.
But she watches my shit, and that is pretty cool. Yeah, you know what I went and did, Rachie? I went and did a whole fucking video essay. Didn't clip off any of that. Didn't write down any of that timestamp.
It's okay. Which one are you talking about? The video essay for feminism?
Yeah, we just talked about feminism and deep history, and I hope that as you hear what I'm saying, that you hear me saying that there's hope.
Yes.
There's hope because, first of all, there's always the next generation.
Time for some
And
ripping
the
and
next
some
generation can always be left unharmed. Right? They can always be
Gotta
given
get thorns in my beard.
they can always be given the tools and the skill sets and the intelligence
I'm
necessary.
going recon.
The information, that's what I mean by intelligence. Necessary to overcome the future's problems.
Find and eliminate
The
the
future's
threat.
children
Remember,
can
you're on your
always
own this time.
be ready
There's no one to carry your
to-
body back to the
to-
drop pod if you fail.
to live and solve for the future. How do I know that? The ozone hole that we were so concerned about in the hole in the ozone layer that we were so concerned about in the 90s and maybe even before that, but I know we were concerned about it in the 90s. It's almost healed. In the
It's a big thing.
It was. In the early part of the 20th century, for example, places like Ohio, their rivers were flammable because of the pollution that we had allowed corporations to pump into them. Like you hear about Floyd, Michigan. That was normal across much of the industrialized North America. It's not the
The
case
surface
anymore.
is too packed for the supply pod to land. Please clear it.
You know, Aaron's Brockovich have existed and will continue to exist. There is hope. The problem, and I always have this in video games, you always hear me make this argument when people take this tack in video games or any narrative that I'm participating in, whether it's a movie or a novel. The people who just wait for someone else to fix it and say, I hope someone else will save the day. That's where I start to be like side-eyeing those people as to whether I want them around. And maybe the reason that I do that is because I was raised in the 90s when everyone was hypercritical of whether the people they were surrounding themselves with were going to rip them off. If they become somebody, if they do something culturally relevant, if they make a big product, think John Carmack and John
Spanish name.
Romero. Think of those two guys.
Lock it in.
You partner up in the 90s. This is what everybody was warning 90s kids. when you partner up with somebody, you need to be prepared for that person to fail. And what's your backup plan? Think about USS Callister. What's your backup plan for them being a psychopath? What's your backup plan for them not showing up? And then, what's your backup plan for you being the slacker and you didn't realize it? You see? That's why so much of our really compelling media today is about that, because that's what our parents were really telling us. They were telling us, you go get an education, or you go do your art, or you go work at your menial job, and you make your friends, and you hang out with your friends, and you think about your business ventures. Think about when dude comes home, the Asian cop comes home at the end of Three Body Problem, and his kid's like, I've got this business venture with my best friend. It's like, this is garbage, but I love you. Go do your business venture with your best friend and learn life skills along the way, right? I was building to something and I've gone and lost it. Because that was what they were telling us. They were telling us, but they were warning us to make sure that we always had an out switch. That we had a buyout, that we had a kill switch that could get us out if this thing went belly up even a little bit. And that's why the economy can't stabilize. That's also, and for good reason, why the modern negative criticism of the young people getting together and the it's not called a trust fund, the hedge funds, I think that can't be right, the private investment firms. There's a lot of mistrust around these private investment firms, but the reason is because the firm has the money and no two people can disagree and tank the business. The firm owns the money. The private investors put money in and money comes out. You see what I'm saying? All the private investment firm has to do is be profitable. And so what it does is it takes the investor class and it weaponizes them to keep things like football teams profitable. Big things that need lots and lots of money. So a company like EA, or I've been thinking a lot, and I need to figure out how to be able to talk about this. I almost made a video about it today, and I just didn't. But I'm starting to get a lot of people showing up in my channel because I made an argument about Kingdom Hearts and buying the new one, and people want to use. They want to use.
This works.
I'm going to call it vanishing media and media preservation arguments. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Explain.
Okay, so I know that you know about old movies that they were on a biodegradable, they were on a degradable over time substance, right? That could catch fire. And those were the masters.
Yeah.
And if those masters didn't get digitized quickly, they were going to be lost forever. You remember that. Okay. Same thing's happening in video games. Same thing happened. You heard about it. He lost his video game. It's gone forever. He lost his masters. Right? That happened with Final Fantasy VIII. The reason it took Final Fantasy 8 and 9 so long to get on modern consoles in real time, not just work with me, in real time, is because they actually lost the masters. So think about like how Michael Jackson owns the masters of the Beatles work. Imagine if the Beatles didn't have their masters. How would you remaster it for modern ears? See what I'm saying? That's why Michael Jackson bought it. It needed to be preserved. Now, he bought it because he thought, like a stupid person, he thought that the Beatles didn't want it. And that because he was friends with Paul McCartney, that McCartney would think it was cute. Because Michael Jackson was a deeply stupid person. And that's obvious if you watched his court hearing. He was just a wildly stupid person. Just beat half retarded by his dad. He didn't know anything about being an adult and being a part of the real world. Listen to Macaulay Culkin really talk about him.
Dial it
He
in.
didn't know anything more than Macaulay Culkin did. All he needed was a friend his own intellectual age, and that might have been aged 6. And so if parents allowed their children to be exploited by that situation, that's on the parents. And we should criminalize the parents. And by criminalize, I mean demonize. But I do
I
mean
want that bug sucker.
they're the ones who should have spent their day in court for endangering his children. He's not a predator, but that doesn't mean that harm wasn't done to those children. And because the parents are the ones who get restitution for the harm done to the child,
That's a no-brainer.
the child never actually gets restitution. So if Macaulay Culkin was damaged by his friend, he'll never be made whole. You understand the argument I'm making? This is the argument that we made when we said that there needs to be a system in place where there are guardians ad litem, where there are guardians ad litem, or there are government organizations like Child Protective Services. These places where we advocate for the child, where the child gets a voice because the child doesn't have a voice at home or in the abusive situation. These places were designed because the person who is going to hold a predator accountable is the parent. If you have a mother, for example, these mothers, you see a lot of it in South America. It's really troubling. But these mothers on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, who are doing, they're doing thirst traps with their oftentimes very young children, are actually not trying to get men who are sexually interested in the adult woman. They're actually advertising that the child is up for sale because they need the money. Because they have a lifestyle to support. Or they have a self-image that they're trying to project to their parents. Something like. No, you don't want to think about it. But that's what's actually happening. So these moms who are like, oh, I had no idea it was happening to my child. Oh, they did. They got that guy on purpose because that guy would pay rent if the mother let him hurt their children. And so the state can't do anything. The prosecution can't do anything. The child is the mother's property. And if the mother doesn't want restitution, there's no damage. There's no damage done. This is why children of actually narcissistic, especially histrionic narcissistic children, parents of actually narcissistic and damaging parents can be so wildly fucked up and need so much independence relative to you and your bossy rules. Because those rules were used to keep us from being able to advocate for ourselves, and the state and the places that were supposed to make us safe were used, they were manipulated to harm us. I was an abused child. That's something that Eric, man, if Eric is ghost in the channel, or he's just hiding, it's something that he just cannot wrap his head around. He keeps accusing me of the worst kind of behaviors, and it's like, bro, the worst things were done to me. And I talk about it. I don't hide it or normalize it and try to act like it didn't happen. Because in doing that, that's where your psychopathic energies come from. Like the dude in the bottom right corner that I kept calling the obvious gay dude for critical hit, he was obviously mistreated as a child. Obviously he's gay because the damage that was done to him was sexual in nature by a man. And so because that tenderness was stripped of him as a child, he seeks it out by someone temperamentally exactly like his abuser. Would you like to know
This works.
how I know? Because I did it for 30 years.
This one almost
It
makes it
is
too
the
easy.
psychological profile. It's every single one of us. And so what that means is that we deserve empathy. But the people who cross the line don't.
Stage completed. Onwards
When
to
you
stage
cross the
3.
line and you do harm to someone who cannot advocate for themselves, like an animal or a child, you don't get empathy anymore. You don't get the, oh, but he was a troubled youth. You don't get
Epic
it.
upgrade.
You
That's a
traded
no-brainer.
that in
Next.
when you chose to do the harm. We used to understand this. And then we
Let's shake it up.
deliberately muddied these waters so that children could experiment with cutting off their genitals.
Lock it in. Let me try again.
And then they started bullying one another to do it, and rightly parents intervened and said, enough is enough. My girl only wants to be a boy because the mean girls were mean to her, and they were mean to me too, and this is insane.
With a damn box start feeling like family.
But
You
that's
know
the
it's
only way
fun.
anything ever
Humanoid
changes.
here.
Rachie asked, why are women so? And it's because if they don't, their specific thing that harmed them will never change. You can date a woman, you can date her harm by her psychopathology. You can know exactly when it happened to her and by whom, how close it was
It's for me.
when she was damaged by her temperament, her personality. The only woman I've ever known who wasn't harmed is also the loudest advocate for those who are
Swarm detected.
I've ever
Get
met.
ready. They'll be with you shortly.
See what I'm saying? Because she wasn't, she feels like she can never fully be a woman.
We got too
And
much
what
clutter
does
for this
that
flat part of
sound
land.
like?
Do something.
Rachel said, why are women so... It's the
I'm
pregnancy
taking the
thing.
cryo grenade.
Is that y'all get to make life. And so you decide that you're defective because you tell one another you're defective. Because on some level, mothers teach their daughters that they are the last line of defense against whatever bitch
I got it in the
tormented her at whatever level of her life she was first tormented by a bitch.
Swarm
And Rach
detected.
goes,
Get ready.
fuck,
They'll
when
be
was
with
I
you shortly.
not tormented by bitches for being taller and stouter than they are? And it's like, right, but not everyone. Some women, it's not till they're in their 50s. Think about it. That Christine was never tormented by a bitch until that fucking cultist, her husband. A gay man got a hold of her. So bitches come in a lot of different forms. Torment takes many shapes. And those of us who have been tormented deserve the same empathy that we give our fictional characters who undergo the exact torments that we do, only in extreme violent metaphors. This reality is violent, it's messy.
There you go. Delivery of one
There
supply
is
for you, Miner.
always hope. And that hope, when I say it, is explicitly
This will help
not
me work harder.
the hope that Jesus will return and someone will magically fix everything
Swarm
for
is
us,
heading your way.
but
Load up.
explicitly the hope that we as a community will get better and better and better and bigger and bigger and bigger, and not common sense. Not common sense. The common sense is stupid and wrong and slow, but modern sense, action and behavior and education and communication that we can spearhead a movement that makes real sense, mechanical sense. For the people who live in it, because our system was designed by people who do not live in it. What does Warren Buffett know about looking for a job and being an artist? Do you know who Warren Buffett is, Rachel? He's maybe the wealthiest person to have ever come out of the investor class. So what he does is he spends his money betting on which things are going to be profitable in the future. What the fuck does he know about looking for a job?
Now this is a rare treat.
About needing post-it notes
This is gonna change everything.
or enough calories to be able to sleep warm. What the fuck does he know? He can only do his little mathematical equations that try to approximate it. But what are those, baby? We've already talked about this tonight. What are the little mathematical equations that approximate real life?
Now, it will leave without you.
That's what I needed.
What was it when it was 7 days to die?
Mind if I do?
Simulation. It was a simulation. Those are simulations of reality, not reality itself.
Work, Miner.
He is not these people like Kinsey. They're not actually representing reality. Their math is not indicative of real people on a real planet in a real economy. It's just numbers
To shoot and work to be done.
that
Get to it,
balance a
Miner.
spreadsheet. You guys are smarter than to be constantly bamboozled by frauds. I also want the people that I have enjoyed in things to be interesting, so I can just enjoy them in other things. I also wanted Vox Machina to be good because I heard that it was voice actors from video games, and that I also wanted voice actors from video games to be able to draw a second creative revenue stream. But that does not mean that I have to watch it because it is what is
The sky
provided.
just lit up like a Christmas tree.
In the same way that just because what I provide is what is provided, you have to watch it. There is more of you here. You can do better. It is possible. You can do better. Even if it means going on Reddit or going on Facebook or going out into your community and advocating for or advertising for this or any other channel because you want it to grow.
Dial
You
it in.
hear me mention Loeves Gaming multiple
Who's heading your
times
way?
a day,
Load up.
every day. That you haven't looked to see what I'm talking about is evidence of the brain rot I'm talking about. When I catch Rachie watching some documentary about something that I've been talking about that she doesn't understand, and she sees me and then she finds a reason to turn it off because she doesn't know as much as I do, what she doesn't understand is that's independent research.
Resupply prepared. Clear the landing zone of obstacles.
This one's for
Admitting that you don't know and looking for what you can find is called curiosity. And we named a fucking rocket that we sent out into space that.
Prepare for
Actually, I
impact.
think it was a rover on Mars. Curiosity rover. Yeah. Curiosity is a fundamental
I just
human
better form.
element, and if you don't engage it, and don't give me the, well, I'm doom scrolling out of curiosity. You're not doom scrolling out of curiosity any more than I was watching porn out of curiosity. That is an argument that I made to my parents. So observe the nature of your arguments over time and ask yourself whether you at any stage from now would lose an argument to a person of your age when the argument first entered your lexicon. You know that you would win an argument with a 9-year-old.
Oh, this is it.
Develop your argument. Identify that you're using a 9-year-old's logic and do better.
Overclock, rock, and go.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you how to do it. Because if I said to myself, yeah, don't tell me what to do, I would say, hey, you do whatever you want. That's how you're going to get where you want to be.
Objective completed. Excellent job.
I'm not kicking the shit out of this because it's easy. I'm not able to talk over this like I do because it was easy or natural for me to develop this information and hold it in my mind. It took me a very long time. It doesn't happen as often, but Rachel will tell you that when I'm having my conversations with Gemini, so I can get this conversation that I've been able to string this last 6 hours together in a practice run with someone who's going to tell me when I'm just wrong, or that I can say, nah, I think you're just wrong, and I'm going to build out my argument in the inarticulate form, knowing that you have no choice but to help me develop it. See what I'm saying? It doesn't have any choice but to try to arrive at a place where I'm right. It doesn't have a choice. That's what I pay it for.
Stage finished.
You're
The
different.
drop pod is prepped and ready. Get
I
on it
encourage
before it
you
leaves.
to be like, you're just wrong about this with me. Don't fucking agree to disagree me. Am I or am I not wrong? And if I am wrong, demonstrate to me sufficiently that I can go, okay, well, perhaps I am wrong. I can see where you're coming from with that. And if you can't get there with people, you're inarticulate, and you need to stop talking. You need to stop taking the contraposition. You need to start listening.
Prepare accordingly.
If you listen more, if you listen better, and if you ask better questions, you will arrive at better throughput. Do you understand what I mean by throughput, Rachel?
Information.
No. When you press a button on a controller in Fallout 76, and it goes through the long series of interpreting what you meant by that button, and then something comes out the other side graphically, that's throughput. You just put the signal through the machine, and it arrived at an output. Throughput. See how that works?
Yeah.
I don't remember why I said the word throughput, but it was the end of the sentence. I just needed to know if I needed to define it. She wants me to go to bed. It's only 8 o'clock, isn't it? I still got an hour. I haven't heard from the kid. With any luck, he's sleeping. And my phone's probably dead, to be honest. That's probably why I haven't heard from the kid. Yeah, we might bail here once I win this one, because I'm feeling pretty confident. That doesn't mean I'm going to 3-star it on the first run, but I'm feeling pretty confident about this one. Oh, what I was saying, effectively, up to the point of throughput, is that I'm able to do this because I know the information. And I talked to Gemini to double check that I know the information so that I don't say anything wrong. And if you think that I only have conversations with that thing so it'll tell me how smart I am, I'm trying to get it to tell me
Here we
when
go.
I'm
You
wrong.
found the dreadnought.
Oftentimes, my conversations would devolve into, but I thought, am I just wrong about that? I just haven't been arguing with it about deep history and metaphysics while Raichi's around the last few days. Yeah, I get ranty, and so if I can get through the ranting and the crying when I'm talking to Gemini, then I don't do it on stream. And even though I sound definitely forceful, I hear the sound of my voice. I sound forceful and aggressive in a way that I wouldn't love to listen to all the time. This is something that a younger version of me would have never turned off. And so I'm just remembering the design ethic. Why did I start? I started because 15-year-old me didn't have anything in the economy anymore. That it was never there, and I should have gone out and did it when I was younger. I should have gone out and done it, sorry. I should have done it, not should have did it. I should have gone out and done it when I was younger. I should have just done it. I should have just had the kahunas. I should have just got a good mic. I should have just stopped spending money. I should have just insisted that Megan get a job. I should have done a lot. And instead of looking back on the past and saying what I should have done, I gave myself a checklist of what I could do, and I told myself how much it was going to cost me. And guess what, Rachel? It took them 31,000 people to do what I did. Fuck them.
Your supply pod prepped for you. We need the LZ clear.
Did you hear me? Do you understand the context of what I mean? It took them 31,000 fans to finally buy another PC. I did it too. Fuck them. Fuck you too. If you think you have to do it with huge numbers of people that you can't reach, and whose lives you matter, but they don't matter to you. If you think that's the only way to do it, I'm just here to raise a great big middle finger to you. Because I did it. God damn it, I did it. Well, I went through just appalling abuse with Kat to repay my phone. I did it the first time. I did it the first time in the real way when I left Devon. When I left Devon, I dropped everything, and I bought a Samsung Note 9, Galaxy Note 9. I think is what it was. I know it was. And that was, I did not have that money. I did not have that money. But I bought that, and I spent everything that I had on my credit cards on macrame supply. Like $3,000. And I took those supplies, and I chose homelessness. Because I thought the story homelessness plus macrame, the kind of person I am, the kind of joie de vivre that I had, I thought for sure one of my friends, I thought for sure this is what internet dreams are made of. This is what the dodo stories are just waiting for. So Kat, and I was with Kat until basically she bought the phone I'm using now. And then homelessness, and I used that phone until I could get the PlayStation 4 controller and the tripod wherever it is, and my little white keyboard wherever it is. And I turned those into Sharon. And I turned Sharon into the Focusrite because I knew I was going to need one that was good enough for the computer that I was going to get when I got into a house. And so I got the Focusrite audio, and I've got the $300 headphones. That's another $600. And a lot of it is your money and Mr. S's money, but that counts. Because having a patron counts.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Leonardo da Vinci didn't paint those paintings with that photo because he wanted to. Again and again and again and okay. Okay. Let's start over again. Let's go again. It started with video games for me. It started with video games.
Beat your maker,
Because for me, they were too hard. I couldn't understand what they wanted in the input. The inputs to throughput didn't make sense. You see me get mad at with 7 Days to Die. The conversation with the DM wasn't present, so I had to call for the games I really loved. I ended up calling Nintendo Power, the hotline. I'm your gameplay counselor. Ted's the name today. To get them to explain the math or get them to explain level design. Like one of them explained to me how the level design in Final Fantasy VI worked. And now, for them, oftentimes explaining the design philosophy on these games was enough. It was actually easier for them than trying to figure out from your description whatever part of the game you were actually in. You know what I'm saying? But for me, it was start over. If it's too hard, you can't get past this thing, don't beat on that boss until you defeat it. Start over. Play it better. Get further next time. Books, movies, watch it until I feel like I understand it. I really feel like I know what it's about. Yeah, no, don't give up. My dad, when I was playing football, I was in I had to have been in first grade because it would have been the first year I was playing. I was in first grade, so I'm 6 years old. I'm undersized. They wanted me to not play that year, my dad, and I was not going to let that happen. I was always scrawny, so I was undersized. They put me at guard for whatever reason. Maybe I wasn't athletic, or maybe they just needed a guard, and so they put me at guard. I played right guard, to my memory, which is the spot on the field that's going to get the least attention from the defense. And I was good. I was good enough that, whatever, I didn't lose very often, and I was competitive in practice. That doesn't matter because we were the second best team in the league anyway, so our skill players were good enough that it didn't really matter how good I was. Until we played Pal South, and this kid is just whooping my ass in the first drive. Just whooping my ass. And Dad was the offensive line coach, and I was, it's kicking my ass. I can't. It's too big. He was like an adult to me. He was huge. He was at least 2 or 3 years older than I am, because that's how Pal South won all of their championships. They were the police athletic league, so they took the troubled black kids, right? So he probably failed first grade a couple of times, so he's eligible for the first grade team. So he's their defensive tackle, and you just don't get to play offense because they're going to line him up on the right guard. See what I'm saying? Ah, he's too big, Dad. My dad said, you don't have to beat him. You don't have to beat him this play. You don't have to beat him any play. All you have to do is make sure that he doesn't make the tackle. If he's not the reason that the play was blown up in the backfield, then you won every play. If he ends up with no tackles for loss, no tackles at the line of scrimmage, and no chase down tackles because you tangled him up and you got in the way, then you won every play.
So what happened?
I won every play. He got 0 tackles. I took him out of the game. Because that was my job. We lost that game and I was absolutely devastated.
But not because of you.
Not because of me, never because of me. I was never the reason we lost a game. That was more a point of pride to me than the wins. We went undefeated my 7th grade year. Just trounced everybody 60-0. Absolute trouncings. Just unfair, unkind beatdowns, and in large part it was because I was so good on the defensive line that the offense couldn't do anything. There's no defense for an Aaron Donald, an undersized kid you can't block.
Oh yeah, this rocks.
There's no defense for it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
And
this
so
rocks.
I was too good. And it was I learned it from my dad. It's a play at a time. Whether it's football or life. I used to have people come around the channel when I was in the tent and remind me that I was a loser, and I'm like, I'm winning. I'm winning right now. I'm winning at all times because I'm setting myself up for victory at all times.
Just look at that
You
finish.
aren't scoring on me, so I won this play.
It's
You
a
see what
dirty
I'm
job,
saying?
but someone's got to do it.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Hi ho, hi ho. It's to the bow we go. I'm going.
And so what I'm saying is that I'm not
Hazard one,
special.
please.
I'm not some hero. I'm not some different kind of thing. I'm not a higher form of the human spirit. I'm not any of that. I'm just as weak and fragile and porn addicted and obtuse and hurtful in my affect and forgetful in my tone as everyone.
Oh yeah.
That's how I can constantly use the second person to know that and be confident, but know that I'm right. Because I'm not different. Not at all. I might be a different kind of person because I came out in a different kind of mold, right? A different kind of way, under different pressures. But I'm still the same animal you
Can't
are.
drop supplies for you yet. Prep the landing zone for impact.
I hate the
really
implication
hit one
that
of
the
these.
opposite might be true. It's like, do you remember that Annie Oakley song, Rachel? The song that Annie Oakley sings in that one musical? I think it's Annie Oakley. Maybe it was Pistol Paulina or whatever her name was. Annie Oakley was the one from that time you like was the shooter girl, right?
This'll do.
Prepare to
Was it
fight your
Calamity
life.
Jane?
Big swarm is approaching.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. What musical?
I don't know.
We need a little stuff.
But the one where she says to the dude, they're having a shooting competition. She goes, anything you can do, I can do better. Anything you can do, I can do better than
Supply
you.
pod imminent.
That's the difference between you and me. I grew up singing that song and believing it.
I'm gonna go with this.
Anything you can do, I can do better. So when I watch Donkey, I'm just singing in my head, anything Dunk can do, I can do better. Anything Dunk can do, I can do better than him. And you should be thinking that too. About me. The difference between us, as that goes,
Pretty sweet.
is that I exit. I don't give up.
I'm not scared of you.
Now, I give up in microbursts. I gave up on Shogun, but I tried to get Shogun to work long past my endurance or anyone else's endurance in reality. I should have done a test stream instead of just going right into it, but I'm also trying to capture that this shit is absolutely not fucking optimized the way they claim it is. They're like, oh yeah, you can play it on modern hardware. Fuck you, you can play it on modern hardware.
I'm a better dwarf than yesterday.
This shit should be plug and play, should have been plug and play since 1999. Fuck you, it should have been. Okay, fine. Y2K, fine.
Yeah, but it's only a different kind of candy.
Yes. What I'm saying is that my case right now, it's got these easy turn bolts on the side so that I can easily pop the side off and put anything in or take anything out that I want quickly and easily. It should have never been anything different. They were always about customization. They never should have been mysterious black boxes that we had to send back to the factory. Ever.
This is true.
I take the exact opposite stance as regard your motor vehicle. I don't think y'all should be cracking those open and seeing what they do on the inside. I do think that those machines should be black boxes to you idiots. Those can outright kill somebody other than you by accident. Your computer is significantly less likely to run out of control because you don't know how to install hubcaps, for example.
Well done. Objective completed. Drop
My
pod
dad
has
was a
arrived.
DIY guy, and I don't know that he ever had a
We'll
car
leave
running
without you.
while he was DIYing.
Yeah, now we're talking. I'm clocking it to 11. Dimmity dips.
He says, "Gimmity give." I love you guys. Thank you for putting up with my aggressive tone.
Taking you to stage 2.
I'm sorry, Juno. My pelvis does hurt, and no, it's not a good excuse to use such an aggressive tone.
Woo, baby.
Juno said that my pelvis hurting is not a good excuse
That
for
was
having
my
such an
favorite
aggressive tone.
Aw, she said that to you?
She did.
Aw.
Overclock, my favorite type of clock.
I wish it wouldn't hurt.
It's whatever.
The
It
speed
comes
needs
and
to
it
shoot,
goes,
and the work to be
okay?
done. Get to it, miner.
I need to eat more. That's becoming evident to me. Yeah.
I'm wondering if fighting bugs and moving dirt is the best way to make a living.
Kind of like an egg sandwich. Nope, no bacon. I did like the bacon. It could have been crunchier to my taste, but that's whatever.
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
I'm still, while I look for an audience of people who want my material besides Mr. S and Rachel, I know that I have other members. Thank all of them. Thank you to all of you.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Psalm, other members, Jar Choco,
Come and get me, you big
T-Rex. While I'm looking for people who are, gonna come click on my stuff and see what I'm talking about and scroll through it and listen to sound bites and let it be their day like I used to do stuff with podcasts and other things.
I want that buck sucker.
I'm still on Tent Logic. My old Tent
That's what I
Logic.
needed.
As far as choosing what I do with my day. I start the day and I ask Rachel what she wants to see because she's going to be there. And I know the kind of things that Mr. S wants. Mr. S wants me in a good mood and he wants me talkative. So he has an excuse not to listen to his music at work. But
Landing zone ready. Impact imminent.
I'm raring
he
to try
also
this out.
watches this stuff on his own time, so I'm not super duper worried about it. As far as that, he's bought a ton of games for the channel, so anytime a game that he bought for the channel shows up, I'm sure he's just as happy as damn clam. about it. Certain about that, actually.
This is my pick.
And so, while I wait for more
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
people who want to be here, I'm just going to do whatever the hell I feel like. So no schedule. And the schedule might be what you want. But, no. That's corporate bullshit that you'll be okay if you don't get from this channel. I watched Good Mythical Morning try to overschedule their channel, and they do one random thing for like an hour, and then they sit down and they talk about that random thing for like an hour, and then they call it a fucking day, and they go home to their wives. And so I'm not at the talent stage yet where I have a Stevie who can really do the running of my empire. I do have the Stevie. I still have an empire.
I'm a new dwarf.
So,
New fuck down.
we also got to get our Stevie through her fight with cancer.
Yeah, give me some sugar.
Gotta get me through this pelvic injury that I'm really just not treating with the most of care. Again, Rachel doesn't want to hear this, so take your headphones off, darling, but there's a part of me who's still in tent logic as that goes too. And by that, I mean, eventually it will be so bad that it is emergent and it is life-threatening, and I cannot be turned away for this care. I cannot be told, oh, you have to schedule this thing deep into the future, and it's going to cost more money than what it actually does. And so, while I wait for the audience to help me pay for that, you see what I'm saying? You know, like, the Darkness Falls mod is interesting to me. So the Darkness Falls mod of 7 Days to Die, the guy who makes it takes care of a woman who is ill. Chronically ill, whether terminally or otherwise, and he uses his time when he's not directly caring for her to make the game, and so the game goes, the product goes to also pay for her health care. So what I'm doing is not unheard of.
Well done, Miner. We knew we could
What I
trust you to
don't
go
do
it
is
all
put
out.
in the description, hey, every dollar of this goes to my health care. I just don't make a big deal about it except when it's hurting, and I try not to make a big deal about it then either.
Looks beautiful, like me.
It's a part of the show, it's a part of my present reality. But I'm not here trying to tug on your heartstrings. I'm trying to get you to think a little bit deeper and a little bit better and a little bit harder. And I'm hoping
I want it.
that when you leave one of these, you're going to be so fired up to think just a little bit harder and be just a little bit better that you're going to go up and you're going to make somebody's life just awesome. That day or that moment. I don't remember what this is. It's a vote game. This is actually my best weapon. But I can make it just a little bit weaker, and I can make them just a little bit more better. I am going to take the field.
Overclock, rock, and stone.
Onward and upward. I am officially tired now.
Get to work. There's aliens to be killed and gold to be mined.
This is gonna be a walk in the park.
So I need to get a routine. I think I'd like it to be this. I think I'd rather be on the same emotional and sleep wavelength with my dude. I think I'd still like to roleplay that we're working together, just in different parts of the factory. With Mr. S, yes, but with all of my second, third shift workers, people in other parts of the world who are working while I'm live, I would still like to keep that camaraderie, because people will tell you what is and what isn't work, what is and what isn't effort. People will frankly get on YouTube and they'll get on YouTube just to watch a video and tell the person who made it that it wasn't work. It's like they've never heard money for nothing. It would be funny if it weren't so cliche at this point. I just hate cliche. I was taught by the culture in the 90s to revile above all things cliche. And I do.
This one. The time is up, Craig.
We got a launch. Supplies inbound.
Makes me, really, honestly, it makes me think that when all this talk of cliche makes me think of, there's a line in an Elliott Smith song
A big swarm is
where he
approaching.
says, effectively that he hates the way this person makes his life cliche. And so he's got nothing that he'd rather do than write another song and fuck you to play. That's what it is. There's nothing I'd rather write a song whenever you make my life cliche. He rhymes the song. Write another song and play. Whenever you make my life cliche. That's how it goes. Yeah. So to fit with all your little box, with all your label shit, just say to keep confusion away. And so that song is him talking to an agent or a friend, a girlfriend, somebody who their dialogue, everything they say, is just the label or the corporate, as we would say today, think speak. Or, yeah, the corporate think speak, where they replace ordinary language with code words like opportunity instead of work.
Swarm is approaching.
It's mine. Red sugar. Suck on this, you freak of nature.
So the moral there is, you know, all the label shit you say to keep confusion away. The label, you know, the corporate dickheads who are ruling the world, they're gonna lie to us. They're gonna make us this. She calls it cellophane. I call it astroturf. It's the same shit, right? They're gonna make us this garbage, and they're gonna package it, and they're gonna sell it to us. It's like I thought it was funny, actually. I saw on TikTok a woman who was like, you know, do you really wonder why there are all these regulations on stuff, on food and beverages and the products that are sold to us? She goes, the reason is because they'll put sawdust in baby formula if they think the color's not right. Or no, it wasn't even baby formula. It was milk. They'll put sawdust in milk to keep the color looking right. Spoiled milk. They will sell us anything if we will buy it. And so we're going to avoid the Hitler fallacy. But he was right. If you repeat a small enough lie often enough, people will believe a big one. It's bad. That's not great. And so, the only way to identify what is or isn't a lie, the best I can tell, is to be broadly informed. And that's work, frankly. I think we've been talking this whole time about how I'm not special. All I did was spend the time doing the work. I think I started to say that I'm wrong a lot. You guys just don't hear it, or you don't notice it because you're not fact checking me in real time like you should be. But you don't notice it because when I was wrong, I was off mic.
That's one for the books. Taking
These
it to
people,
stage
like
four.
I can't watch Neeps Gaming anymore on some level because they say things that are just wrong. And they'll get belligerent about it. Because that was a viable personality type. That was a viable technique for surviving reality. Not that long ago. Rach knows what I'm talking about. We remember COVID, but it was viable not that long ago because 80% chance anybody that you're arguing about it with anything
Load up and
does
get
know
going,
less than
miner.
you
We have quotas
about
to
everything.
fulfill.
If you have strong opinions about anything, it is more likely that you know more about anything than any random person does about anything. It stopped being true. Rach and I talked about this the other day. It stopped being true in the mid to late 80s that people were interesting just for the sheer joy of being interesting. Now we are interesting only to find monetization in it, which is why I haven't spent that last $100 that I have on macrame supplies. Because I am interesting, god damn it.
Got it right between the eyes. I always waste my money on cosmetics. I'm clocking it to 11.
And I'll fight you about it.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
You know, I say the same thing. Rachel's heard me say the same thing. I just don't feel like going to work today and doing it for free. But I do wonder what that channel that had 31,000 followers, I wonder what they thought they were doing for free.
Let me see if there's any clues under last thing.
No, like, what I mean is, I'm just doing a thought experiment. What were they making?
This works.
Like most recently, you said that you thought they had disappeared forever. What? Okay, so what were they making in the interim that wasn't making clicks or monetization?
You want some more?
You've been actively explaining for months now that this
This is
channel
perfect for the build.
Yeah, they're not drawing real income.
We need you to clean up the landing zone.
Okay.
Oh, I died. What killed me? Damn, I didn't even know I was low.
warning everyone.
Yeah, they've been trying to leverage their fans for a while, it sounds like. I understand the anger, but it sounds like they were not making videos that were watchable, that people wanted to click into.
I mean, they're getting like 12,000 views.
My fave.
I'll bet you what it is they're not getting retention. People aren't watching it all the way through, they're skipping through and leaving.
Yeah, 32,000 views. 17,000 views. That's a good clip. No.
Because I make money on 100 views. It's pennies, but it's there.
My fave.
Oh,
Whoa.
this custom grip is kind of better.
My fave.
Their comments must be very antagonistic if they're that antagonistic with their community. That's a lolcow rage bait. Or a lolcow crash out is what that's called.
Time to kill. Down to the bow below.
I mean, I wasn't even subscribed. Come to find out.
I'll do scout recon.
It just popped up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try on Hazard 1.
They were popular and then
We're sending you in to take out a dreadnought.
they weren't.
Get it done, Miner. We're all counting on you.
Yep, what they did was they did not have a sustainable business model. What they probably did is, I don't know, I would have to guess that they either did a flood model or they did extremely long form videos that got edited way down. Like those build videos. If she was making like time lapses,
I can use this. Yeah.
can't make any money, and you can't make any money between 3 and 22 minutes.
Resupply prepared.
22 is the minimum to make money in short form. Or I mean in long form. You have to do at least 22 minutes. They're not doing live. They're not going live nearly often enough. You asked what happened. Why do I feel more confident than they're behaving? And the answer is because they're doing everything wrong. They're there to grab the money, and so they're just trying to force the money to show up 4 times a month so they can pay off their interstitials. They have a bad business model.
Their live streams don't go over like.
Ain't nothing wrong with a GK2.
Yep, they have a bad business model. They're only there to soak up the money, and so it stopped going away. And so now they're trying to leverage it. Well, if you really like our stuff, we've been telling you we were going to go. And so now what they're going to do, the reason they rebranded and didn't tell anybody where they were, where they could be found, is because they don't want the people who are in their live streams now, well, who were at the end there, who were in their live streams being antagonistic and calling them out for only wanting the money. They don't want them to chase them to this next thing. They have to build another new, untainted community that doesn't know them for what they are. I would be willing to bet. That's the drama around them. If you were to like Google it or ask Gemini, I bet you that's what's going on. That's how it always goes. All of the internet historian videos I've ever watched, that's how they all go.
Yeah, give me some sugar.
Sniper Elite? They're playing old games. That's why they're not making any money.
It'll do.
Nobody wants to see those games from 20 years ago. Disco Elysium. Old games.
I'm raring to try this out.
Yep. Wild. Yep, old games. They're chasing the meme from 2016. Yep. Yep. Yep, they're chasing the meme from 2016. They're not good at their jobs. That's why they're not making
One
money.
down.
See what I'm saying? There was a there was an algorithm in 2016 when they would have got the idea.
Shoot about that.
That was exactly that. So while they were watching YouTube in 2016, those are the games that are being played. And then they started playing 76 because it was the big Bethesda thing. They got popular, and now they're trying to recreate the lightning that was the stuff they were watching back when they got the idea, because they didn't watch new stuff. That's what I'm always saying. You can always see a lack of creative inspiration by where they go next. Do they go forward or they go backward? Are they forward leaning or are they retro? Yep, retro. Okay, yep. They didn't have good ideas. They didn't have good ideas to begin with. It's all guaranteed their community collapsed in. When they say the few people who donated, they weren't making enough money to live because they had gone lolcow. They'd obviously been outed as false people.
I'll take this one.
That sucks. I hate that. It happens over and over and over and over again, and that's why it's not that it won't happen to me. I'm just not that guy. I have never sold you some lovely or fun and cuddly fake version of myself.
I can't get enough of this rare stuff.
Maybe the phrase I meant was soft.
Stage 1 cleared. Be sure to spend your gold and nitro before the next stage.
Gotta have it. I'm clocking it to 11.
Looks like, because I had them both on my friends list, looks like she must have unfriended everybody that she friended.
Ooh.
We've got work to do and quotas to meet. You have your objectives.
This place is almost nice compared to last time.
She had a lolcow freak out, huh?
I'm gonna go with this.
She's overweight. The girls with the pretty voices are never actually pretty. That's why when you see a girl who fucks who actually has a sexy voice, you marry her.
Prepare to fight for your life. The big swarm is approaching. Supply pod prepped. Clear out the landing zone and triangulate your position so it can land.
Oh!
Damn! I got corners.
I got.
Die!
Yeah, I haven't. That's funny. Alright, YouTube, at home audience, my jaw is starting to hurt from having these headphones on it.
It's time.
The time is now. Thank you very much for the hangout. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me rant and rave and lolcow myself a little bit. I know. I'm aware. I have the terminology now. It is, as always, a pleasure to speak for you, speak to you. I look forward to getting back up, doing it tomorrow. Well, it will be today. But we're going to get up. We're going to see the day out. We're going to keep working toward a better future. And I'm just not going to get discouraged that we're repeating ourselves, making the same complaints about the same studios as far as these video games go or whatever. I'm just not going to get discouraged like I did when I was younger.
It's like an epidemic.
What?
It's like an epidemic.
It is.
It's happening to everybody.
It is. It's pandemic. It's all of them. Almost. So, Deep Rock is an example of a well-made game. They can happen. They can happen. So I'm not giving up hope. That's what I kept saying. I'm not giving up hope. I lived in a tent, and I still never gave up hope. I never actually abandoned human society. And so I don't think you should give up hope either. In fact, I think there is a good, mechanical, sensical way that we can all engage in this reality together. Where maybe we don't have to sacrifice anything. And we can still have lives that make sense, that we want, and that we're happy to wake up a part of. And so if the whole time that I've been on this microphone, I've been saying, I just want to be happy that I've woken up today. I want work that I'm happy to have accomplished. I want people that I'm happy to have seen. This has been another day in that direction. So thank you. Be well. Take care of yourself. Ding dong. I'm gonna go get some sleep.